I'll just start with karakia. He honori, he kororia ki te atua, mongo rongo ki te whenua, whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa, hanga e te atua, he nākau, hau ki roto ki tēnā o mātou, whakatongia tō wairua tapu, hei a whina, hei tohu tohu, i a mātou, hei ako hoki i ngā kaupapa o tēnei hui. Thank you, good morning and welcome to Economic Development. Great to have you all here today. And you may recall the previous, or it might have been the one before, we finished well under time and much to the delight of Amy, and she did bribe me with a cake, and that's going to be in the tea room this morning, vanilla. So something to look forward to. What's that, sorry? I'm thinking 3. Ewan's thinking 2. Deputy Mayor?
I was thinking we might actually get it done before lunch.
So
I think there's a cake on offer today.
Yeah, there you have it. All bets are off. Apologies. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've got to, for about half an hour, in about 10 minutes, I've got a council commitment, but then I'll be back.
No worries, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would at 11:30 or at the break if it happens before then.
Thank you. And I've got partial attendance here from Mayor Paula.
McPherson for lateness. Is he here? Is Dave with us?
Technically, Dave's not on this.
Okay, well, I'll put his apologies for lateness. I think he's trying to come in. He's been having some IT issues.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. I'll move they be accepted. Councillor Ewan, any against? None. Carried. Thank you. Confirmation of agenda, page 5. I'm happy to move. Ewan moving. Ollie seconding. Any against? None. Carried. Thank you. I just need to note that late agenda item, Amy. I did approve a late item under C5, which you'll see and we'll talk to later. I didn't see any reason to withhold that. Any declarations of interest? None. Any public forum today? None. Item 5, confirmation of previous open minutes. Moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded Councillor Maxine. Any against? Carried unanimously, thank you. Chair's report. I'm happy to take as read. Thank you. Really just an update on where we are as a committee. A couple of the highlights are coming through. Any questions? Great. It's been moved and seconded. Any against?
I just wanted to speak on it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair, look, I just want to lean in and really congratulate you on some of the work that you're doing in this area and your leadership. I'm particularly excited about an important visit next month, the diplomatic visit, and some opportunities for us to leverage that. I'm particularly excited about the endowment fund and some of the work going on. I want to say that for the first time in my 20 years, I think this Economic Development Committee and its activity is really beginning to gather some real traction. And I think a lot of that's to do with your leadership, but also Blair. I think the talent we have with Mike and others are really beginning to make a difference. And I don't think that should be ignored and should be celebrated and acknowledged. There was a bit of a long gestation period as we began to get on our feet. But I think we've positioned this really well for the next triennium. So look, just an acknowledgement and a thanks, really.
Yeah, thanks, Ewan. I really agree. If someone could just relay Ewan's message to the Mayor as well, that'd be helpful.
Ewan said, I had a bit of a quick chat with Blair the other day about the technology stuff, and it's exciting. I think great opportunity, a real chance for us to put Hamilton on the map as a epicentre type situation for developing good business. Great for the great for the economy and community.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Mark. In the two general managers' reports today in public and PX, there'll be the opportunity to step through a lot of these in a bit more detail, and you'll be able to ask questions of staff as well. So there'll be the opportunity as well. We haven't really been given sort of the time to really work through, and so that'll be an opportunity later on, should you wish. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I really just want to echo the last two speakers. I think it's absolutely essential that a council in a city that's thriving like Hamilton does have an economic development committee. I remember there being one in my first term, and for whatever reason in the last term there wasn't one. And if I could send a message in for the next triennium, and I don't know who advises on these committees, but I think the CE has a reasonable amount of sway in terms of what the committee structure might be in the next triennium, is that we need to continue with this particular committee. Last term we almost lost the MEF because we then had a leader who felt that there was a way that we could make the $42 million just disappear into the consolidated fund. And I'm really happy that that didn't happen. And I expected that it would take 3 years to kind of get that momentum going to actually re-establish itself. And I think it's in a much stronger position now, and going forward it will remain in that position than it was when I think I came into council 9 years ago. So full marks to those who have streamlined that. We also talked about a tech sector in my first term, and we had some people who were in Hamilton who had a significant interest in developing a tech sector. We had a major ISP provider in Hamilton who I think has subsequently been bought out by somebody else. So I'm really keen to see that develop and actually have a permanent status in the city, rather than the fact that people in that sector tend to come and go. It would be really good to get that established, so that as those people come and go, those techos and the providers come and go, there'll still be that structure sitting there for the next batch of innovators in that industry to come back in and benefit not only the city but also the education sector around IT, as well as the employment benefits that will come from it. So keep up the good work, and hopefully a message to the leaders in the next triennium to ensure that this committee does continue to exist. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Rob. Councillor Martin.
It's all right, I was first on the list, but I've still retained my enthusiasm. And I want to totally endorse Councillor Wilson's words, and you certainly, when I was listening to your update of at the Chair's briefing the other day of Chair colleagues, and just the depth of work, I was, again, I am extremely impressed. I think it's a team thing. I think it's you and Ewan, and in terms of, I think you've got a really great team. I think you're both providing some excellent leadership. Relates also to the Strategic Growth Committee. The two, if you like, are intertwined and work hand in hand, and I think I'm just saying that I'm incredibly impressed with the sheer volume and bulk of work that has been done, and obviously this ties in with all of our growth strategy, economic development, in terms of a critical moment in the city's history, in particular with and I certainly shout out to Ewan in terms of, we had an early gestation of this committee years and years ago, and sadly I think council moved away from that. I will make an observation, however, notwithstanding the powers of the Mayor of the day, ultimately, and the Chief Executive, ultimately council is in 100% control of its committee structure. So if I can do a shout out to the incoming council, you are accountable, you have the power, and obviously I think it's very clear that those of you who are going to serve in the new council will be very focused on advising all of your colleagues and whoever the mayor is that this committee has crucial work. Also, we're in the middle of local government reform. Now, how significant that is going to be, we don't quite yet know. But again, if there's always a key role for local government, it is surely this. So, all strength to you both. Thank you to you and Ewan for your leadership.
Thanks, Councillor Martin.
Sorry, I haven't got my thingy in.
Paula.
Is this your last committee for the term? No.
No, it's just a real feel-good moment.
Oh, okay. Well, it was, because I was going to thank you for your service too, but it sounded like the sort of thing I might say on your last day. But obviously, I support Martin and all the words he says about how far this committee's come since I established it 2 years ago. And as you say, there was something in a perfect time. But I just thought I'd missed something then. I thought, gosh, it's the last one. Martin, you put me off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your comments. It's been moved and received. Receiving the Chair's report. Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we're up to now. We're up to item 7. I think Tracy's going to lead this off because she's got to get away early. Morning, Tracy.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. In your hands.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So this report that I'm bringing you today is just on Civic Financial Services Limited. So it's their annual report. Their year finished on the 31st of December 2021. So just their normal annual accounts, and you'll have all the detail in the report in front of you. The only additional piece of information that we're reporting on is the change in directors. So they had 2 resignations during the year, and 2 obviously were reappointed in accordance with their constitution. So with that, Chair, I'll just take the report as read.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Tracy? Councillor Maxine.
Kia ora, Tracy. Thank you for the report. I'm just looking in paragraph 10, and it talks about a higher than anticipated administration fee. And with your knowledge, is that to do with the Super Easy KiwiSaver scheme, or are there other administration fees that the organisation collects?
As far as I know, it's just to do with their superannuation schemes, but I can look into that and bring you back some more information if you would like me to.
Yeah, that would be really good. My understanding is also that the FMA are recommending the removal of administration fees in light of the economies of scale and the size of the funds now and the maturity of the funds. So there's the potential that they may be an out-of-date way to find a profit, I guess, here.
Yeah, understand. Leave that one with me, thank you.
If I can just help Tracy and Councillor Maxine, I just note on page, gosh, what page is it on? Page 48 of the agenda, there's note 17 that actually shows the breakdown of the administration fees, and it shows the fees from the 2 superannuation funds are the main reason for the positive variance compared to budget. So I think that probably... I'm
trying to find what page, sorry, was that?
Page 48.
Oh, 48, beg your pardon, thank you.
It's note 17, so I think it gives the breakdown that you're seeking, Tracy.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I think it's quite clear there, Councillor Maxine.
Thank you.
Are you happy to move this item, Councillor Maxine?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Robb. Is there any debate? None? Okay. All in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Tracy. All right. We're going to welcome Amy to the stage. Amy Trigan. I'll let her introduce her guest. Just before I do, it's got some sad news that Amy has taken on a new role, and I just want to acknowledge the work she's done for with me in the growth, and I'll let Blair talk the growth and planning department, the sister city stuff, and helping map it out, and that's what Simon will speak to a little bit today. And then more recently in the governance role, so she's been doing multi-roles, and whilst it's sad to see her go, we wish you all the best, but of course you're still here for another few weeks. Do you want to say anything?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, I need to say that it's sort of with a mixed heart. Amy's an amazing member of our group and our team, but equally she's following her passion, and her new role is closely aligned to some of her interests outside of work. So, we wish Amy all the best, and we'll obviously stay in touch with Amy, but yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you both very much. Alrighty. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Good morning. So today, myself and Simon Appleton from Eastern Bridge are here to talk about our international relations update. I'll take the report as read. It's a pretty brief one. The main focus of today is to talk about the work that Simon's been doing to investigate our relationships with Wuxi and Chengdu. So he's doing some strategic analysis that will look across the four well-beings to kind of understand what our opportunities, strengths are in those sister cities, and also more broadly in the Asia region. So I'll hand over to Simon to introduce himself and talk a little bit about the work and the work he's doing around the country with other councils as well. Tyler, can you bring up that present? Oh yeah, it's there, cool.
Right, kia ora. I'm Simon Appleton. If we'd go to the next slide, please. So I'll start off by very briefly introducing myself and what my business does. So I've lived in Asia for a number of years, including 10 in China and 3 in South Korea. I have a master's in Chinese law, which I studied at Renmin University, mostly focusing on Chinese international relations and international policy. I speak Mandarin and Korean, a little bit of Shanghai local dialect, but that's pretty limited. And aside from Eastern Bridge, I'm the Executive Director for the Korea-New Zealand Business Council, and I'm also an Honorary Consul for the Korean government based in Hawke's Bay. Following my time in China, so 10 years in China, I got a job and moved to a Portuguese to have a taste of local government. I don't know how many of you have... Yeah, I have to say it was a bit of a shock, but a nice shock. No traffic lights. So yeah, I was working in the economic development space at the council there. During that time, I worked quite closely with Whakatohea Māori Trust Board as they were trying to bring a Chinese investment into the district, and then through that also to Whanau Wapanui and Ngāti Awa in Whakatane. However, there's only so much Chinese law you can do in a Portuguese, so I ended up being loaned out to other entities, other councils, but also to TOI EDA, the Eastern Bay Economic Development Agency. So mostly focusing on business attraction into the district. A lot of the work that we did wasn't exclusively economic development. It was about making the community welcoming and Asia ready. We had a number of issues with racism, particularly towards the migrant working population in the kiwi fruit sector. So we did a lot of work with the community to try and raise awareness of Asia and Asian languages and Asian cultures. And we saw that over a 2 to 3 year period that had a very distinct economic benefit to the district. We saw an increase from 1 to about 15 Chinese-owned businesses coming in, employing over 50 local staff, which for a Portuguese is substantial. We also saw crop diversification, so we started growing ginseng within the district, which came in through Korean contacts. And we saw an increase in tourism of Asian travellers, domestic, but Chinese Korean language speakers doing the East Cape. Anyway, Eastern Bridge, I left the council in 2014. They came on as my first client, fortunately, because it would have been embarrassing if they hadn't, to provide an outsourced foreign affairs service to local councils. From 2017 onwards, we started to engage more with migrant communities. We started to do an annual Migrant Survey, which the last survey had 13,000 respondents from across the country of Chinese, Japanese, Korean and Vietnamese speaking origins. And then over the last 2 years, because there's not been that much in the way of council delegations going offshore, we've been investing in digital services, so providing more services and digitally to support our council clients. So that probably went over the 2 minutes. Next slide, please. So with the strategy, so we've been doing some work initially we've been firstly going out and trying to understand what's going on in Hamilton City. So we did a review of your two Chinese sister cities, that's Wuxi and Chengdu. Both of them are fantastic sister cities. So a lot of councils get lumbered with perhaps less progressive cities, but you've struck it lucky with both of yours. Wuxi has a household disposable income of around 14,000 New Zealand dollars a year. So that's disposable. That's money that they've got to spend on New Zealand products. Chengdu's a bit behind. It's around 10,000 New Zealand dollars disposable income. You've got about, probably around 20 million people in the greater Chengdu area. You've got around 6-7 million in the Wuxi area. But you've also got whole regions. So there's fantastic infrastructure. There's fantastic policy to see the movement of goods and services between cities. So Wuxi, which sits in Jiangsu province, is highly integrated with Zhejiang province and Shanghai. So an economic mega region. So, okay, yeah, that's a good point. So anyway, the strategy work that I'm doing, we've been looking at a range of economic and social well-being areas. So your economic is your trade facilitation, export education, so international students, tourism attraction, investment attraction, business attraction, and skilled migrant attraction. Your social well-being is about raising awareness for young people, giving opportunities to go offshore, building connections, exchanging art, culture, that type of thing. We've also started looking at leadership and how that governance of the relationship can work. We have been doing a bit of work in other areas with iwi around co-governance and how that can work in sister province relationships. And then finally going on and looking at measures of success. Next slide, please. I've done that. Next slide, please. Right, and so I'll very briefly talk just a few examples of work that we've been doing with other areas in the country. So we've worked in Hawke's Bay with promoting Korean language, promoting the region to the Korean communities, and that the outcome of that was an increase from around 150 Koreans, permanent migrants, in 2018 to just over 600 in 2021. With the Korean embassy choosing to establish a consulate office in the region. With the slide up there, that's the Jiangxi Eastern Bay of Plenty relationship. That was a relationship that the Eastern Bay of Plenty councils from Opotiki, Whakatane and Kawerau deliberately decided to work collaboratively to set up was going to be a sister city relationship, but we took it a bit of a step higher and found ourselves a province. There's a number of parts of that, economic and social. I probably need to hurry up. But we've got roughly secured $500,000 worth of scholarship funds, so scholarships and grants. That's for two-way exchange. We've got a Bay of Plenty Centre based in Nanchang City. That's a free-to-use resource for any business, community organisation, school to run activities in Jiangxi. We had planned a range of business exchanges. And then the upcoming event is a urban art exchange where we're looking at taking 150 works of art from the Eastern Bay of Plenty and exchanging them with 150 digitally with Jiangxi. We've partnered with O Media to get it on 300 screens, including in Hamilton, parliamentary TV, and a few other areas as well for distribution. So that's watch for space. But right, I think I did it fairly promptly. Presentation over.
Thanks, Simon. And I just sum up, so the work that Simon's doing on the strategy, that's coming to its conclusion now, so we're looking to get something in the next little while, and so that will, the findings of that and the next steps will come to the next Economic Development Committee, so the work's well progressed at this point. So.
But if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you for doing main work on this, Ryan. It's usually a relationship with the mayor and sister cities, and that still remains important but you've been really exploring the economic opportunities, so I'm really grateful for the time that you've put into it and staff. Just in terms of Wuxi, we've had a couple of well, you were talking about the Eastern Bay Plenty Art Exchange, and that's really good. So now we're looking for what we can do that's meaningful to both ends of, because my belief is that sister-city relationships should be mutually beneficial. Wuxi have written to us about upgrading the garden, because it was one of the very first themed gardens put in. Is that part of your consideration? Because they wanted to send some gardeners here to, there's apparently a couple of small aspects that need adjustment.
Okay. I wasn't aware of it. It's something that I can look into.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think Rochelle could help you look back for the letter, which of course happened before COVID and then has been in abeyance. But and is part of this work, Ryan, to kind of identify a couple of actual actions that we would take with each city, and that's the two China cities, but we've also got Saitama and Sacramento. Is it all part of the mix?
Yeah, I might let Amy answer. Short answer is yes, we're trying to work up a strategic with key measurables.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simon's role is specifically just the two Chinese ones, though. Amy, did you want to elaborate maybe a bit on that?
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor Paula. So the intent is that the strategy will be focused on key opportunities and how we can actually action those and start to get some of those benefits that Simon's seeing in some of the other areas. So that's definitely one of the key goals of the strategy.
Yeah.
And then I think the next step is that this does give us, although Simon's focus is China and then a bit more broadly around Asia, this will give us kind of a good framework to start thinking about the other two as well. Although the feedback I guess we've had so far from the way Saitama works is that is more of a civic relationship. There's less of an economic development focus for the Japanese sister cities, but I mean we can take some of those aspects of what Simon has outlined and apply those to Saitama. And then Sacramento, again, a very economic development focused one that we see as trade and travel opens back up, there'll be some strong opportunities there.
So Sacramento have been the least worked sister city arrangement that we've had in a long time until they actually popped up when I first became mayor here. So in terms of you'll be exploring their ambitious target for EVs for the city, and they've got a professional rugby club too, so there's some opportunity, which is unusual for America, but you know.
And we've had conversations between the zoos as well to look at potential zoo exchange, so there was some good relationships there. There's also strong relationships between Waikato University and the university over there, so in terms of agriculture and a few other things, so there's some good potential linkages there.
Excellent, look forward to the strategy, thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Martin.
Yes, the chair has just looked at me because I can't go on and do a whole China conversation over coffee, although I do observe, I've been to Chengdu and Wuxi, and how I do admire the Chinese media, how respectful they are of local officials.
They have to be.
Absolutely, and obviously love that. But seriously, thank you for your incredibly in-depth presentation. I guess the question I would ask of you is, given the complexity and the multi-layered relationship between New Zealand and China, the security issues, human rights issues, obviously, the degree of link you have with our Foreign Affairs Department in terms of the whole of New Zealand relationship, and the links you would have with our people throughout China on the ground in terms of the people actually, particularly Rob and I had a really good interaction with the Chengdu consulate, which we were incredibly impressed with when we were there.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So I regularly meet with MFAT, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, so down in Wellington. I work with the NZTE foreign team, outgoing team in Auckland. We do have connections with the embassies. I don't currently have a relationship with the current Chengdu consul, but I do with Guangzhou and of course into Beijing. I also engage with the Chinese embassy, which is interesting sometimes. So we do connect at that at least talk to the national level. The local governments in China do tend to operate do try to operate quite independently of central government. And while central government will often make a sort of set a loose framework where they hope local governments will go, it's often to the party secretaries or the mayors, governors in the case of provincial government, to forge their own path. And they'll generally decide in favour of what they think Beijing wants.
So that, through the chair, very quickly, and I realise that this is, for a discussion you're having with Ryan and the team, that's actually a very interesting answer, because obviously even those who have been around, myself and others who have observed China and visited and had interactions, that's an interesting answer, because you always associate the Chinese, the People's Republic being quite a huge centralised system. But what you're saying is that we should not underestimate the degree of autonomy in terms of where the local...
That's correct. I mean, you could say that in some ways New Zealand is more centralised than China, in the fact of the power that local governments have in New Zealand versus to those in China. But that's probably a whole other debate. Yeah, so I can give you a very quick example, if you don't mind. My company was recently applying for import licences, and we have 2 offices in China, one in Guangzhou, one in Jiangxi. And we put in the application, and then about a week later, Manaia Mahuta started talking about the Five Eyes and New Zealand's security arrangements with the states. I got a message from the Guangdong government to say that my licence application was currently not being considered due to New Zealand's relationship in the Five Eyes. And that was a sort of set by Beijing, we thought. I went to the Jiangxi government and I asked them the question. They said, absolutely no problem. What licence do you want? So it's how it's interpreted by each individual local government.
I think that's a very interesting answer. The final question I have is around Sacramento, and again, going back to the days of Sir Ross Jansen, forgive me, when this was established, but that relationship has never really ever, until perhaps recently, fired or gone on anywhere. And with respect, apart from the plaque on the Garden Place forecourt here, there's been very little from the Ross Jansen era to now. So is there any... Am I hearing that there are genuine opportunities now in terms of...
Yes, I think so, Councillor Martin. I think the Sacramento relationship is quite different from the other 3, just in terms of there's a really strong cultural aspect to both the Chinese and the Japanese sister city relationship, where the Sacramento relationship, that we're already very, America and New Zealand are already quite similar in terms of culture, so there's not, I think, an appetite from that cultural exchange sharing aspect. In terms of the economic development, I think the work that Mike is already doing around the tech sector, there's obviously really clear, obvious linkages that we can make into maybe not Sacramento, but the wider California, Silicon Valley and whatnot. So we definitely see that that's an area to explore, plus those other areas I mentioned with Mayor Paula. But again, I think that is one where we're face-to-face in those business-to-business interactions that Mike and the economic development team are fostering. That's probably where that will sit. It's less of a civic relationship.
No, thank you.
Having said that, we did have a Friends of Sacramento visit this term. I can't remember, it's so long ago before COVID, but they were here. And we sent letters and gifts back to the Mayor of Sacramento, and he was approached in terms of keeping the relationship alive, offered the opportunity to not have that relationship and didn't go there. So obviously there's still a willingness, at least, to be that sister city. It's been dormant, you're right. So it's one we have to kind of see, what does that translate into in meaning, because I can't see the point in a dormant relationship. But
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Now, according to Standing Orders 3.2, Councillor Mark has a question, but he must ask it in Mandarin.
你好 eBay 啤酒
How? Kuima.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So he's going to give me a beer. Yeah, that's all I do.
Here ends the question.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been to China a couple of times, and that was one of my
Go-to phrases.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, unfortunately. And you covered off some answers to the questions that I did have about the connection to NZTNE, but just is Wuxi Tier 1 or Tier 2 city?
It's probably Tier 2.
Yeah, and for the benefit of my colleagues, is Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities still based on the amount of Starbucks and Pizza Huts in the city?
It's certainly a good indicator.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, in fact, we do a city overview document, and one of our economic indicators is Starbucks.
Yep. Yeah.
But, yeah, so Starbucks, consulates, international hotels.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so Wuxi is a very wealthy city. It's and then you've got Jiangyin, which is a satellite city of Wuxi. I think that is the wealthiest city in its population bracket in the country.
Cool, thanks.
Thanks, Mark. I was just saying to Blair, I don't think Hamilton should be Tier 1 then, because we've only got 2 Starbucks. So we might have to evaluate that. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just have a question, which is a reflection on my visit to Chengdu with Councillor Martin about 4 years ago, and the similarities between Chengdu and the Waikato, except for the population, of course, that they are a big food bowl, and as we are, and a dairy industry, and the fact that the New Zealand Trade Consulate is domiciled in the city. The discussion that we had with the then consul, and I assume that
Grozia, maybe?
Creo is he still there?
No, he's back in New Zealand now.
Okay. He certainly saw some strong economic advantages between us living in the Waikato, because he was very familiar with the Waikato, and Chengdu. And I just wonder if that is an immediate focus that we should have in terms of trying to get delegations going between the 2 cities, and that the city would be, not a sponsor, but would be the leader in that regard, and whether there's bang for bucks in getting that underway sooner rather than later, now that the borders are opening.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's still difficult for Chinese to travel out. So student visas are one way, but there's...
Well, it's hard to get one here too, isn't it?
Yes. But from a Hamilton Chengdu perspective, I think your bang for your buck, immediate or very quick, would be your international student market. So bringing back international students into the city, not just at the tertiary level, but also high school. Why? Because I think high school students are generally homestayed, so you're not taking away housing stock. They're going into existing households, supplementing their income. And then, of course, they will then transition generally through high school into tertiary.
Right.
They're going to be here longer. They're going to be spending more. It sounds terrible, I guess, taking a pure economic focus out of education, but that's the reality.
Yeah.
From a trade perspective, there are a few companies already involved here that are involved in Chengdu selling. You do have a few New Zealand-owned cafes, restaurant, bars up in Chengdu, so maybe working on identifying some of those and partnering with friendly New Zealand contacts already in the region.
We did meet with a number of those at the consulate's home of expats who were running, in many cases running relatively small mum and dad businesses in Chengdu.
But they can be fantastic.
And I think the mirror effect of that to the kind of businesses that we have here in the Waikato is something that might happen a little faster than the relationship that Fonterra might want to make with, with a business of that size or even larger in Chengdu itself. You think that's a much slower process than the student market?
I think the students could be the quickest option to see an economic return. And then there's also opportunities around engaging with people from Sichuan, Chengdu, and Wuxi that are already here in New Zealand. and saying, we are your sister city, come set up a business here.
Yep.
That link can pay off.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Chair Ryan, look, I have a couple of questions. First, in relation to China, and then maybe, Amy, broader issues of sister cities. The report that you're working to put together, the strategic overview, will it include sort of, the actual quantifiable economic enabling benefit to the city of Hamilton with its current sister city relationships in China?
It can provide, based on the various economic drivers, sort of an economic sort of overview. It won't be very specific.
Right.
We can look at what's been delivered in the past, and we can make predictions into the future. But bearing in mind, this is an extraordinary time, coming out of COVID, but also the geopolitical situation, what's going on with America's increasing involvement into East Asia.
Right.
So this is uncharted territory we're in at the moment.
The counter-argument, of course, is significant movement of Chinese interest in the Pacific.
Well, yes,
right.
True.
But really what I'm trying to understand is, so you can't tell us currently what the actual economic benefit for the city of Hamilton is as a result of our current sister city relationships in China.
I can provide some indicative indicators, right. So based on stats, MFAT, NZTE data.
Right.
But there's so much going on which just isn't captured,
right.
So it's difficult to quantify.
And you believe that's as a direct result of the sister city type relationship as distinct from normal corporate approaches that would have unfolded either way?
It's very difficult to separate.
Right.
It's easier to do in the education space because we know that Waikato University's gone and engaged under the Sister City umbrella. There are a few companies that have gone and engaged in Chengdu, in Wuxi, specifically because of the Sister City umbrella, but they're not going to give us their sensitive commercial information. We can get a guesstimate of what they can generate through that business, but the amount of data available is limited.
Okay, thank you. Amy, in regards to the broader discussion of sister city relationships, there seems to be a fascination in relationships further afield, yes. China, the United States. But surely we must be focusing closer to home in the likes of the east coast of Australia, where we have an open trade agreement already. What are we doing to try to develop a relationship with Australia, the East Coast cities, particularly in light of we actually have a pretty close bond security-wise? Yep. There's already huge trans-Tasman trade. Shouldn't we be focusing in that area? And if so, what are we doing and what does that look like?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ewan. We've already had some discussions with the Gold Coast, so they're also partnered with Chengdu. So there's a really successful model out of Auckland, a tripartite relationship between them, LA, and we're in China? Guangzhou. So obviously big mega cities, but we see that and feedback from Chengdu as well that there could be some great opportunities to engage with Gold Coast and Chengdu, but that would also, I guess, then facilitate that more ongoing discussion with the Gold Coast between us and them.
So, Amy, what work has Council done in regards to understanding the current landscape of business activities here in Hamilton and the broader Waikato and major centres in Australia? Have you done some work around that?
No, so we haven't looked more widely at other cities. We've had an initial conversation with the Gold Coast focused around that tripartite, and there were some areas that we saw that there was some good connections, but we haven't done any wider looking at some of the other cities. I think generally, I think Australia is probably in a similar situation to New Zealand, where most cities aren't looking for new partnerships, but that's not to say that if we came with an interesting, innovative proposal that they wouldn't. But I think a lot of it is that legacy sister city relationship.
Right. And so we haven't, for example, engaged with the Chamber of Commerce here and asked them to ask their members, you know, which companies are currently trading with major entities in Australian cities, because organic growth is frequently a low-hanging fruit. It's relatively easy to achieve, and shouldn't we be focusing our sister city strategy around that?
Absolutely. I guess the focus over the last year and a half, 2 years, has really been to investigate the sister cities that we've got, but we have pretty regular catch-ups with the Chamber, so that's an easy question that we can ask, and whether or not that forms into anything formal, or if it's just part of this wider international relations, helping Hamilton businesses export, that's something that we can have that conversation.
So thank you. My final question, and I guess either of you feel free to give me your views. In light of the current security concerns, and I've seen how China has managed their relationship with Canada, and the quid pro quo of particular individuals suddenly being imprisoned over issues of trade, etc., and the Five Eyes, are we better not to focus our sister cities discussions in areas where we have more common security understandings and existing relationships?
I think originally when sister cities were founded, post World War II, it was around building people-to-people connections to help with building understanding, friendships, with the hope of preventing conflict in the future. And that's where sister city movement came from. Mm-hmm. I think that it would be a terrible idea if we were to just walk away from the friendships that we have built, mm-hmm. bearing in mind local government in China is not central government. Bearing in mind your average Chinese person is not involved in conspiracies or involved in espionage. We're connecting with people in China, and through that sister city relationship, okay, we are connecting with a local government, but effectively they are people like you guys, like all of us. So no, I think we should carry on with that relationship.
Albeit your example you gave, where you found your own interaction with one city over visas and licences, that it was more of a no because of Five Eyes concerns. So is that consistent?
It's not that black and white.
Right.
You know, so you may get a local government politician which follows the letter of the law to their understanding in China, as you would in New Zealand.
Right. But just a final question, but clearly for local ratepayers' money to be spent, are you saying that it should be less about economic development opportunities and much more focused on cultural exchanges and friendship, or should it be both? It should be holistic. So right. if you build those links of friendship, people will come here and want to do business with us. Right. If there's money to be made, people will want to come and spend time with us as well. But the report you're going to produce isn't going to tell us what that current economic quantum is, because it's a little nebulous. It's hard to identify. I can give you some indication of the areas of economic development and economic opportunity. Right. But I can't give you a specific number. Cool. So, for example, in export education, we know for a fact that Chengdu is a major source of international students to the Waikato, thanks to the relationship. We know that your average university student's going to be paying about $45,000, $50,000 in international tuition fees
over the course of an average of 3 to 4 years, 3 years, 4 years. And on top of that, they're going to be spending approximately $32,000 per year on living costs. That is money spent directly into the economy, ignoring the multiplier effect.
Right. And how many of those students have we had prior to COVID?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Right. But it will be in your report?
It isn't at the moment, but it might be now. It's in the thousands.
Thanks. Yep. Cheers.
If I can just give a brief context as well, the work that Amy and Simon are doing sort of sits in the wider ED space that Mike Bennett is leading as well. So I draw your attention in the report to reference to the diplomatic study tour, and Mike will cover that in the GM update, and that obviously has that much wider economic linkage. The work that Mike and his team are doing around understanding the business sectors in Hamilton, meeting with the key business leaders and bringing that information to the table. So that's all integrated to this wider international relations study as well. So good questions, Councillor Wilson, and certainly as we are maturing our economic development work together, and this work will be bolted into that and joined up more closely.
I'll just offer some comments too, not debate, but just obviously being in the room that might help some of your questions. Firstly, I 100% want measurables out of all these engagements, metrics, and I think that's what we've gone with the 4 Wellbeings lens over each of the 4 cities to firstly identify, are they more economic or cultural or what, and then expand that. So that's definitely a work in progress. With regard to the Chamber, they're quite keen on Singapore, and so you sort of get all these different views when we engage these different entities. And then the tripartite thing only evolved about 12 months ago, where all of a sudden it gives more meaning to the Chengdu relationship and the Gold Coast, because then we can leverage off each other. So that's something that I'm keen to explore further as well. So I hope that helps in respect of your questions, Councillor Ewan, as well. Mayor Paula, did you have another question?
My question was just going to be that I noted this receives a report, and the update you said on the diplomatic study tour comes later. So we'd be approving this just for noting. There's no decision. So once we've got the update on this diplomatic tour, we'll have the whole picture.
Yes, I'm happy, although if you would like, Mike is in the room, if you wish to receive that update now, Mayor Paula, you can
I'm
do
in
as part of this report.
Do you know what I mean? We're just approving it ahead of getting that last little bit.
Well, I guess because you're leaving, but with respect to this report, this is only purely sister city, whereas the diplomatic tour is actually quite broader than this, and it involves other countries and other initiatives. So.
Yeah, I thought about it after I put my hand up and thought, well, it's receiving the report, so if we've got any issues with the tour side, we can do it in the next item.
Yeah.
So it's good.
No, okay. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Simon.
Cheers.
I'll move the report.
Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Thanks, Mayor Paula. No, that's great. Okay, we'll go into debate if there's any comment.
Yeah, look, thanks, Chair. I think all mature cities should embrace the concept of sister city relationships. I have a personal leaning towards them being underpinned by logical economic enabling and cooperation type agreements. And I think one of the fundamental principles should be, where are we trading with currently? What transportation, freight, logistical links do we have? Where are the least amount of trade barriers? And that's why I feel we should be doing more work in the Australian East Coast area, partnering with, obviously, Tauranga Port and freight services to the east coast of Australia, and how we could leverage off that. That doesn't mean that we should turn our back on existing city relationships that we've developed in China and further afield, but I feel that they shouldn't be our top priority. Particularly in light of security concerns around the world and some of the historical trading outcomes that we've had in some of these markets. So look, I'm all for having this project develop. I'd want more data, and I'd want a better understanding of what have we benefited from economically. The cultural exchanges with Japan, I think that's meaningful. That's a good friendship based. But I think we would be poorer for not focusing on closer Australian cities where we have both security, comfort, clear cultural links, an existing robust trading environment, and logical free movement of product. That's what I'd be supporting. Yeah.
Mayor Paula.
Thank you again. Thank you to our speaker for sharing your considerable knowledge in the area of China, at least. And thank you again on the record for Ryan for picking this up, because when I became mayor, I looked at the sister cities we had, not knowing too much about them, being aware but not knowing too much about them, and wanted to get the maximum return from our relationship, and also to give them the value of a relationship with us. The easiest one, of course, by far has been the relationship we have with IPA, because IPA is all around Anzac and the Menin Gate and the commemoration of our Anzac soldiers. So that's pretty easy and tangible and very, very valuable. Some of the others have done really excellent things with us, including education partnerships over the period of time. But I think, for a variety of other priorities, they'd sort of become a little bit dormant. So I very quickly wrote to all of them, introducing myself and welcoming the relationship. And then it occurred to me, and we had a conversation, Ryan, that there's more to be gained by this if we are smart and we really line up key opportunities, not try to be all things to all people. And I have the view that if a sister city is to be maintained, it's got to add value here in Hamilton, but also, obviously, as it's a partnership with them as well. So I'm quite excited to see what comes out of it. In terms of Ewan's comments about Australia, which we've chatted about in passing, not opposed to anything that really delivers value to Hamilton. Having said that, we've got 5 on the go. We've really got to just finish our understanding with that first. Where are we at with that? Is it optimal? Are they still as keen as we're keen? And all of those kind of questions to be resolved. And that's what the strategy that Amy has been working on has been all about. And I think that will give us a good platform to consider sister cities, because they're not just a trip opportunity for politicians. They're much more tangible and meaningful than that. We've got to make them work and bring some sort of benefit. Like we have enjoyed the benefit of Wuxi City, for example, with their input as one of the very first theme gardens, which we forget because it was a long time ago, right, Martin? But they were one of the first partners in the theme gardens, and look how brilliant the theme gardens are now. That's just one example. But yeah, look, I'm happy to receive the report. I'm really keen for the next stage where we start to do some stuff with our partners. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. In a previous life, I briefly was chair of the Parliament's Foreign Affairs Defence and Trade Committee, and I can't stress enough how crucial the multi-layered relationship is, particularly for a small country who must always constantly strive 24/7 to keep its visuality and visibility, particularly with our major neighbours, and how whether there are relationships have many layers, many shades of grey, can I say that, and complexities. And certainly I want to do a big shout out to our guests, because there's certainly, I want to compliment you on the report, but the need to have that grassroots knowledge, just basic things like living language, all of those layers, and how complex such things are, particularly in terms of that cultural exchange. And I've actually got I don't always praise Mayor Paula, but I will praise her today, because looking back over the whole linear line of sister city relationships from Mayor Jansen's period, I think this administration, I've got to say, have taken this back to the right level, to a good level, and I think there's some really good base there. And it's cultural exchanges. It's, don't underestimate school kids that actually develop a relationship with another kid in Saitama or in Wuxi or Chengdu through our schools. Don't underestimate those relationships. Never underestimate the critical hope to reactivate, for example, the student market, post-COVID. Because those relationships, they don't just come here obviously to study and vice versa. Those relationships are lifelong. And I always remember, if you please bear with me, a discussion with a very senior member of our Defence Force, and he said he had struck up a relationship with a person from Malaysia through the old Colombo plan. This is years ago, right? But when he went back to Malaysia to visit, it was 10-star treatment. Literally, all doors were open. So we should never sort of underestimate the multi-layered relationships. Certainly shout out to you, and in terms of taking every opportunity to build with Australia, with the East Coast. I don't think we're at odds there at all. But I'm personally very delighted by this presentation and very delighted by the signals it's sending me as a member of this council as to the depth and analysis that we're developing in this area. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Councillor Mark.
Do I have to speak in a foreign language again? Or?
Well, according to Standing Orders 3.2, you do.
Arigato gozaimasu. God, that was
beer and food.
Yeah, beer and food.
Cover anything else?
I was saying thank you that time. Yeah. Martin, Councillor Martin, twice today you've said exactly what I was going to say. The benefit of cultural exchange. I can tell you a story that starts off. Once upon a time, a young 14-year-old boy went to Japan and had a fantastic experience, which led to doing business with Japan later on in life. So, I mean, I'm one example of that. I mean, I still maintain relations with friends that I made when I was 14 years old. When I went up there, I went back and lived there, played rugby, taught English, and I've certainly would like to think that I've made a contribution to the local Waikato economy through exports of Donovan's chocolates to places like that. But great presentation from Simon and comments from Amy, and really appreciate that. One thing I do know about China is they have a word up there, and excuse my pronunciation, but it's called guanxi, and it's loosely defined as relationships and connections. So, we could take that and apply that across any kind of, economy in the world, but in China it really does mean something, and it was something that I learned from my travels up there. So, I think it starts with sister city relationships, and so I am right on board with the supporting the whatever we're doing here today. yeah. I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, receiving the report. Further to that though, and to Councillor Ewan's line of questioning, yes, we absolutely need to have metrics to measure the quantums on what we can achieve out of this. It is very difficult though, and I know that from my own experience. Australia is, while they're our closest trading nation, should be the easiest to do business with. I can tell you from personal experience, they are one of the hardest. We had so much more success in dealing with Asian countries, even the United States, which is why I like the inclusion of Sacramento, which I think is going to provide a huge amount of opportunity for us. And then further, the students thing, I sat on the board for the Waikato University, and I have seen up close and personal just how big a contribution international students make to the city. So, again, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Mark. I feel like I should give you speech of the day so far. I shouldn't really do that as chair, but anyway. Mangai.
Ngā mihi kōrero, motu kōrero. I just want to draw on the wisdom of King Tāwhiao when he was exiled, and there was difficult times for the people, but his wisdom was my friends will come from the four ends of the world, the shoemakers, the blacksmiths and the carpenters. And I believe what he was given to the people in that time was relationships to be had from everywhere. So, as iwi, we're absolutely proud to support the Sister Cities relationship and the direction overall of the international relationships because of that tongakura. We absolutely believe in the need for strong relationships and the work that needs to be done in pulling those relationships through because it establishes trust, and trust is important in any relationship because it will guide the level of engagement and the benefits that come out of that are mutual, that are meaningful, where we all benefit out of that. I absolutely agree on, not on the other hand, but in line with that, it will be good to see the metrics coming through on the number of engagements we've had. But the thing about relationships too is that we're able to mutually work out how we define those metrics, because how do you define a relationship and how do you measure that? It comes back to having the relationship for us to have that discussion. So just in support and happy to receive the paper.
Thanks. Just some closing comments from me, like some really good debate all around the room. And I think, I say it respectfully, and Councillor Martin will probably correct me if I'm wrong, but as I saw it, there was these sort of sister city relationships that had I couldn't find any framework to them, and I rang our friend, former Mayor Margaret Evans, and said, where were these, because she was around that sort of Jansen era, and so we've really had to start from ground zero a little bit and rebuild this in the midst of COVID. And the learning, I guess, and it was to Paula's point, we can't be all things to all people, is some of these will be sister city relationships, some of them will be more about school relationships and social. Ypres is obviously a friendship city, not a sister city. And on the journey, we've learnt through Amy, and we went to a sister city conference last year, they have things called strategic city partnerships. And I think that speaks to where Councillor Ewan is going in terms of commercial relationships. And I think we're certainly eyes wide open. Maybe Gold Coast or Singapore or wherever will be a strategic city partnership. But I think it's really important we do the work, we understand, we know what the wellbeing element is, because I don't think one sister city will deliver all four wellbeings and all the things. So I think that work is really important and is underway. So in saying that, if I think Sacramento was 1986 or 1987, 30 plus years, we've potentially never had a really good understanding of those relationships, and so we're doing that now. And one of my things coming into this term with economic development, with Sister City, is it's got to be enduring. It can't just be a 3-year stint with the Mayor of the Day. It's got to be sustainable, enduring through councils, and then you have really meaningful relationships, be it commercial or whatever. And listening to Chris Droblin of TGH last week, he said they've just landed Maersk as a headquarters here, and he said, the game is changing in terms of our commercial viability. And he said he's talking to companies in Melbourne and Sydney, and they go, they know Auckland, but they don't realise Hamilton. And then when you say they're only an hour from Auckland, the lights start to go on. So our connectivity in terms of our viability commercially is growing and growing. So it's really exciting prospect. So I just thank you for your support and continuing to fan the flame in terms of this work and what it will yield. Councillor Ewan, you right of reply?
Not required. Thanks.
Fantastic. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for waiting patiently at the back there, Vanessa. I understand Tilly's away today, so Karen's going to introduce Vanessa.
Everybody, today this report has two components. The first component is an update from Vanessa on the Central City Comeback campaign, and that's now known as Love the Centre. And that was the extra funding that council approved on the 14th of April. And the second part is to seek approval of the 100K for the 2022-23 HCBA Activation Fund, and staff are recommending approval of that. And just to be clear, that's effectively year 2 of the 3-year plan that the Economic Development Committee approved last year in August. Yeah, so I will hand over to Vanessa.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I thought it would be great to take the opportunity to give you an update on the Love the Centre campaign, and felt the easiest way to do this was to show it through the medium of PowerPoint. So I've got some slides to show you, 29 in total, but I will have those flicked through very quickly. But just to say one thank you for allowing us to have this collaboration, because we're delighted with the progress of the campaign. We've had excellent engagement from the public, from businesses, and from students as well. And actually want to say thank you as well to the media. We've had some wonderful media coverage, and in particular to staff who launched us with a 3-page editorial, a 3-part editorial encouraging people back into the city centre. So hopefully you would have seen some results of that, if not the branding of Love the Centre and the activity, just the noticeable rise we've had in pedestrian traffic. It's probably one of our key indicators we're looking at the moment, which has been steadily rising throughout April, and is probably sitting at about 85 to 90% of 2021 pedestrian counts at the moment, which we're kind of expecting it to stay at over the next few months while we're in a traditionally, the quieter period for the central city, and as the ongoing work through of the mixed model of working from home and working in the office continues. So I'll take you through the campaign pictures that I've got, and welcome any questions from that. Who do I look to? Oh, perfect. So Love the Centre, as you can see, it is based on a map pin, which is shadowing to create a love heart. And we very much wanted to create that love feeling. I mean, you've seen it with, I Heart New York is the one I like to refer to. And very much around show your love to the city centre, whatever that looks like, whether it's eating out, whether it's shopping, whether it's coming back into work, whether it's redeveloping your building, just showing some love to the city centre. So we've gone out with the tagline, there's always something to do, see, eat, drink and love when you visit Hamilton's city centre. Just go on to the next part. And we have put together a website, so you can actually go to lovethecentre.co.nz and you will see this material come up. Keep going through those. And we have highlights of activity that we have happening throughout the month. This is regularly updated. We haven't got everything that's happening. We just have, this is very much a highlight page just to show different offerings that we have in town. Keep going through. We've also got a range of merchandise done. So feel free to go online and get your t-shirt, your tote and your mug and walk around town. And we'll be using these as giveaways for businesses as well and promotions. So we just thought that was a great way to further reinforce the campaign. And we believe it has longevity beyond this next couple of months. Go to the next slide. Again, just showing some different highlights of the logo and ways it can be used. And to the next one, and we also had it translated into Māori so that we can have both elements or both logos used in a variety of different ways. That's some of our social media promotion. We've had, again, excellent engagement, particularly things like doing shopping sprees, which has been very well received by the business community in particular. Keep going through. Just more branding there. Some of the advertising we've had, as we said, throughout the media and Glowbox and radio and business news. We've been putting this out as many places as we can. Going to the next one. We've had some, as I said, some good media coverage. Not sure on that photo, but hey ho, carry on. and some great titles, you know, some really good positive emphasis around getting the city centre, you know, humming again. Go to the next one. This is some of the advertising we've had on social media. And to the next, and some of our Glowbox advertising, which has gone around the wider Hamilton network. That's our office. I like to reinforce the message there, back of a bus. So that was cool to have driving around town as well. And these are shortly going up. This has taken a little bit longer than we were hoping for, but these should be up in the next week. And that is street flags. So we have both the English and the Māori street flag going up in along Victoria Street and around Garden Place. And some of our promotions. Mother's Day, we had over 3,500 donated vouchers from the business community. So we put together 5 different Mother's Day packs that were incredibly well received by those mothers that are all photographed down there at the bottom. Keep going through. We've also had branded Prezi cards done and did a promotion through the Breeze for winning Prezi cards, and so it's great. You can see the Love the Centre brand at the top there. And keep going through. So we did start the campaign a little bit earlier in April, just to time in with Easter, and we had, you know, story walks and prizes to win, and we had lots of children down in Garden Place to hear the stories and to enjoy an Easter egg hunt, which was fantastic. And on to the next one. And we've been doing movies in Garden Place, so I'm not sure if there's a few of you I know that were able to take advantage to come down and just enjoy an outdoor movie. They happened, we had 4 over end of April, May. And on to the next one. A couple of other things that we did, or we partnered with Barbecues and More, and there was a burger battle between kids, and we had judges from some of our local hospitality businesses, and it's quite a big thing. I don't know if anyone's had experience in burger battles, but it's huge. We had people coming down from Auckland, we had suppliers coming down. It was actually a really big deal, and you could see as you drove along Anglesey Street, you could just see people spilling out into the area where Barbecues and More are based, so it was cool. And on to the next one. We had the Progressive Dinner in the beginning of May, so that was involving 6 hospitality restaurants in the central city and over 60 people that went around and did that Progressive Dinner as well, and included such entertainment as the drumming that you would have seen there. Sorry, carry on. And we've been doing a bit of promotion as well around transportation, so the River Explorer and e-bikes, and as well as the 50% off on public transport. We've been going out with that messaging as well. And then to the next one. So that just lists some of our events in May that you can go onto our website and see. And I think the next slide, we had O Week, beginning of May, so that was great for the students to be able to come back in, and we helped support that with free buses to pick students up from the university and bring them into town and return them every day. And we also went out to our network to see who had student deals available, and it's amazing how many of our close customer contact businesses have offer student deals. So we've had these all listed on a student deal website and promoted it out to the educational establishments to let their students know, as well as promoting out through our channels. And then the next slide. And then Saturday that we've just had, we had a Super Saturday where we had over 4 events happening. We battled a few weather conditions. However, we were able to have a fantastic music and creative art, wall painting and DJ event happening down at Victoria and the River. There were a couple of small elements that weren't able to happen, so they're actually going to be recreated into another event in Garden Place in June, which is around having a buskers music concert. So all in all, things seem to be going along quite nicely. So that's an update for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Deputy Mayor, your first question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Vanessa, congratulations on this campaign. I don't think I've ever seen such a kind of diverse plan brought together so seamlessly, and yeah, amazing, and staff, so fantastic. How has the increased foot traffic translated for retailers, do you think? Are you getting feedback about how they're faring?
Yes, certainly getting anecdotal feedback about people just generally feeling more positive about the market being back, if you like. You know, being able to see people visibly round on the streets does give businesses a boost. In terms of financial results, we haven't seen any of the, we haven't got the CBD spend, the last quarter data quite yet, so I can't tell you exactly what that translates like, but just again in talking with different retailers and hospitaliers, there has definitely been a buzz in the air and some good feedback received on how they're faring in terms of days and weeks, and you know, packed out restaurants and, you know, good shopping days and that sort of thing. So overall, I'd say there's a good level of optimism out there.
Great stuff, thank you. Mr Chair, when the time comes, I'd love to move the staff recommendations, if that's okay.
Cool, thank you. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, no problem. No,
or we could switch around, whichever.
Or second. Councillor Maxine.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't have the need to move or second, but to actually also echo the Deputy Mayor's congratulations of you. You've been a great ambassador through this. I've heard you on Radio New Zealand, seen the advertising and also the media stories. It can't be better for Hamilton to see that happening. It makes you proud. This isn't the debate at this point, but to be able to see some of the stats would be really great to support, you know, that great work, and I guess at some point you'll be able to give us that. I was interested also in the, particularly the free buses for students and how you felt that was supported. I know that other cities in the country offer that on a permanent basis, and be interested in your comment about whether that could be something that Hamilton could consider.
In terms of for O Week, having the free buses was to be able to put that on, I think was a very it's a very good thing to do from a safety point of view, you know, ensuring the safety of all of those students getting to town and knowing that they're able to get back to the university, I think is quite, you know, a good thing for the city to do. In terms of free buses ongoing, I welcome anything like that encourages, you know, encourages people into the central city. So, you know, I'm sure there's a much bigger debate to be had about that, but you know, from a student point of view, I would think that was an entirely reasonable ask.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Maxine. Does it appear to be any more questions, Vanessa? Which would be probably refreshing for you. So we will go into debate. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Mayor Paula. Take us away.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, just speak very briefly, and I'm fully supportive of the activation plan and budget. And once again, congratulations on the campaign. I also want to acknowledge Sean Murray, who played a big role right at the start. And thank you, Sean. And as I say, it's just amazed the way the plan's been brought together. I've never seen that before so smoothly. It'll be a big boost for the central city, no doubt, and indeed foot traffic has shown that. But I think it's important to remember that the job isn't done. You know, we've got a cost of living crisis, interest rates, heading into a recession probably. And I think the activation plan and our support for it is more important than ever. HCBA is a key partner, you know, in our efforts to create a central city where people love to be, and a successful central city that's going to go through an awful lot of change in the next 5 years as the number of projects that we've been involved in come online, but also as it transitions into housing and all the infrastructural work that's going to be needed to make that happen. So HCBA is a key partner, and they've shown just how in touch they are with the central city. They've picked up and run with this, and it's just evidence that of the trust that we can place in this organisation. So, yep, wholeheartedly support the recommendations.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you very much to Vanessa and Sean and everyone else who's had a hand on this. You were given this task to revitalise the city, as Jeff has said, in one of the hardest times that we've experienced in small medium business in a long time, plus in terms of the CBD. The trends are all good in my view. The CBD is going from strength to strength to strength, but of course to get to its pinnacle, it's going to take a bit of time. You know, when we see things like the Waikato Theatre open and inner city apartments in greater number, etc. Meanwhile, you've never lost passion, your team, because I know there's a team behind this, I've never lost passion for regenerating and revitalising the CBD, and you work very hard at it, I know that, and you make it, the little bit of money that we approved to you has gone an incredibly long way, because you're able to get partnership and working with other people collegially is the only way we do get ahead, and you know that, and you've done that. So it looks like a great event, a lot of events. I know some of the councillors have been to one or two of the activities. I forgot about the burger one. I might have got my mouth around a burger if I'd remembered. But yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Right of reply. Councillor Jeff, do you need it?
Yeah, a huge right of reply. No, all good.
Okay.
Totally agree with Paula.
We will go to the vote. Those in favour of receiving the report and the activation plan as per the recommendation? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa and Karen. We're going to have a short tea break, and we're going to try Amy's cake. Our speech of the day is still sitting with Mark Donovan, according to my unbiased discretion. I think Paul and I have to have a quick chat with Aaron. So, Councillor Ewan, can I delegate you to be chief cake cutter?
I can do that.
Thank you. And we'll no, Amy, because we finished early previously with expeditious chairing. 11:15, we'll meet back. Thank you. Item 10. Thank you for the cake, Amy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll just introduce this item on the agenda. It's our sort of annual come together for the approvals for the event sponsorship fund, or the major event sponsorship fund. The fund, just as a reminder, has a total budget of $420,000. We have, through this committee, already approved $295,000 of that. And for this round of approval for the next financial year, 22-23, we have a balance of $125,000. The recommendations that we put forward to you, we have a surplus of around $33,000, and I would like to draw your attention to some corrections, if I may, to the paper. And so if you look to your page, your page 79, to clause 17, the total budget of the 21-22 should be read 22-23 event sponsorship fund, so that requires a correction. And then if we go through to attachment 1, which is on your page 83, which is a table, there's a table at the bottom which is in grey, which has the previous events that were sponsored listed. One event, the Achilles Hope and Possibility Marathon, which has had $10,000 assigned to it, has actually, since this paper been prepared, has been cancelled. So that means that we now have, rather than a balance in the fund after the approvals that we're recommending today of $23,000 as stated throughout the document, it's now actually $33,000 following that cancellation. And the cancellation, as a sideline, was really part of challenges to do with sort of post-COVID, getting various approvals for different sites and so forth. So that was out of the organisers' control, which speaks to the last year for the event sponsorship fund has been quite challenging, because we have been operating, or many of the events have been operating under the red light or varying government controls to do with COVID. So it's been a difficult operating year for many of the events that have been sponsored. In terms of the approvals that we're seeking from you today, I just sort of remind you that we do have an economic development lens on this particular sponsorship fund. We have criteria that we use as a part of the funding process, seeking to expose and promote the city, economic benefits that accrue to the city, and we look at that quite crudely as usually as visitor nights or people that come in from out of town to stay, and also activity that sort of creates a sense of place and pride. The applications this year that we've received have been a little bit mixed. I will be honest with you, there have been a couple where we have had a little bit of concern over the quality of the applications and the detail in the applications with regards how the budgets and so forth are constructed, and also the fact that some of them are not really closely aligned to the purpose of this particular sponsorship fund. And we've had this discussion in previous years whereby some event organisers really do the rounds and go to the different pots of council seeking support and help, and understandably so, given the restriction of funds that are available that are out there. But it is an issue that I think that we do need to address at some stage in the near future, and possibly through the next LTP process, which I'll explain a little bit more. I'm also conscious of the Community Committee special meeting that was held this morning that I sat in on, that also looked at some funding arrangements for community arts. And there was quite a bit of conversation about accountability. There was quite a bit of conversation raised about budgets that proposals put forward, and how do we monitor that accountability. I want to just remind you that we have, in addition to our policy, we have very, very rigorous terms in our sponsorship agreements with partners that are contractually bound. We scrutinise their budgets that are presented to us for various factors. We do not impart with any approved funds until revenues from other parties or sponsorships from other parties have been secured to a level to enable the event to carry on. And we also monitor performance and require at the end of the event for a full report to be provided by the event organiser, not just on the outcomes of the event, but also on the budget and how they went through. We have a right, if we choose to have an auditor to look at those reports that we receive, look up invoices and all that sort of thing that was raised this morning. However, what it has reminded me this morning is that perhaps, and without having referred to other general managers involved at this stage, I want to signal to you that I'm going to suggest that we have someone independently go through all of the various sponsorships and grants that Council does, including the Major Event Sponsorship Fund that we're talking about today, and actually to see and make sure that we have a consistent approach to the rigour and the accountability that we have going through from one fund to another, because I think it's something that keeps festering up, and I would hope that as a result of that it will save the questions, because you'll know these are the rules no matter what the fund when it comes to doing sponsorships activity or purchasing sort of outcomes that we do here. So I just, if you don't mind, give you that signal that I will raise that with the other general managers.
I've been trying to get that for about 9 years.
Yeah, I think it's just
any success at all.
Yeah, it's just as the evolution of these things go, and I think we just need to remind ourselves if we can get consistency, it'll make it easier for ourselves, but also for the people we're dealing with as well. So the only other element that I'd like to talk to with regards to this round of applications that's gone through, it's been difficult, as I said, because we've had applications coming in well ahead of more than twice the amount of fund that's actually available this year for approvals. And it's been a bit of a mixed bag of the different types of events that we've had. So we have, in the recommendation to you, made some arbitrary judgments, obviously trying to use the criteria formula that are set in the policy in order to determine how we sort of fund and the level of funding we have. The two standouts to discuss, however, are Bourne Street and Matariki. Both of those events sought $100,000 per year for the next 3 years. On Matariki, I have to say that if we're looking for the economic benefits as a result of sponsorship in Matariki to fit this particular fund, it's a little bit challenging. And we have had this discussion in previous meetings specifically about Matariki. We have, however, recommended to you that there be funding of $50,000 approved in this round out of this fund to support the Matariki activities, because it really is a major activity and it's a growing activity. I've said to this committee previously that I think Matariki is ultimately going to require a much more focused and specific attention from Council rather than just having it go into community things here and something over here and everything else. It is going to be a major event on the calendar of New Zealand in the future, and certainly around the General Manager table I will be suggesting that Matariki be considered in a different light at the next LTP, because of certainly with my views, which need to be discussed obviously, that it really should stand on its own 2 feet in many respects as an enterprise. I really wonder if Matariki is less of an event, which is what it's posted as being an event, and it's really more of a celebration as opposed to being an event. And I think if we reframe how we consider Matariki in the future, it might help us with our thinking about how we support that going forward. I'm also conscious of the fact that when it comes to Matariki, and I don't want to offend anyone here when I say this, is that it has the danger of becoming treated just like we treat Christmas. Everyone will jump on board and throw a logo on something and say, hey, this is Matariki. And so I think that's something else that we need to consider in making sure that we channel any of our support for Matariki activity through the proper channels so that we can hold to the values and the reasons for the celebrations that underpin what Matariki is all about. So having said that, I'm still, as I say, sticking to our proposal to you to support $50,000 annually for the next 3 years to keep it moving. If I can move on to Bourne Street, I have recommended that there be no funding specifically for Bourne Street. Once again, we've had this debate previously, and last year I think I also came to you suggesting no funding from this fund purely because of the fit and also because of the scale and size of funding that they were seeking. Once again, $100,000. And we need to remind ourselves that that particular fund has, the Bourne Street suite of events, as it was put to us in their application, already has support through the Event Sponsorship Fund. It has a degree of support through community funding and support through HCBA, which we effectively fund, and so forth. So it has already received a reasonable amount from Council on that. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sean. We'll start with Mayor Paula.
Couple of things, and glad to use the word focused and specific approach, because that was going to be the nature of my question. In terms of Matariki to begin with, Matariki is now a nationally recognised day, so it becomes sort of the same importance as other holiday days, national celebration days. So, so that's why you think that it would be in a different pot, but it would be something focused and strategic.
Yes, I think, as I say, if we reframe the view of what Matariki is to being a celebration, which is my understanding what it is, and means by which individuals and groups can celebrate Matariki, as opposed to it saying it's an event that a whole lot of people go along to the park and do something. It's bigger than a day-to-day event type activity, in my view.
Okay, so but it wouldn't come out of this pot. It would.
Yeah, I would. My suggestion would be that council actually looks at a separate Matariki stream.
In terms of the, would that be something that might be considered alongside Waitangi Day activities in the same light?
Potentially. I'm not the expert to talk about that specifically.
In terms of the Bourne Street Art Festival, because I remember the debate clearly last year, and I knew that they were interested in some ongoing support, and you're saying that it doesn't really fit in here. Where, if we wanted to discuss its strategic ongoing benefit to the city, would we have a discussion about Boone? Because why I say that is, for example, we put regular money, and quite rightly in my view, into Tag Busters, which is to remove graffiti and tidy up the graffiti on Fairfield Bridge yesterday. Anyway, so to remove graffiti. In terms of committing to the regeneration of space through visual arts, where would that sit? Where's the right pocket to have that conversation? Because I think we've been going around in this loop, loving what Boone do, but not really understanding how we can get behind them in any meaningful way. And I think we've got to get to that point. I'm just not sure where that point is.
I think it would be good for Helen Parker to be available to answer that question directly, but it's part of the arts. I mean, we do have a consideration elsewhere across council in public art, whether it's through sculpture or whatever, and this is public art. It is a cultural thing, it's a community thing. It's a city revitalisation type exercise, so it serves a whole lot of purposes for the city. It's pretty amazing, it's pretty fantastic, and it's something that's catching on all around the country right now, but it's not, once again, I don't see Bourne Street as an event in itself. I think there are certain elements where they do turn some of the work they do into an event, but I see it more in terms of community and in the art space.
Okay, so in terms of what happens when the artists are there for their 2 days, that's not an event that people are, because there is a walking tour and... Yes,
I see that, but as I say, they've received money from other areas of council and other, to support that work as well.
So through you, Mr. Chair, because Helen isn't here that I see, to save this going around and around like a roundabout, I want to figure out a way that we have a strategic conversation about Boone, where it sits, what's happening in the creative art space and how we decide on things that are enduring, because we do support Balloons Over Waikato every year, right? And the Hamilton Garden Arts Festival, and that's arts, but it's performance arts. And has people coming to it. This is visual art, so I just want to pick that little gap up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just picking up, Sean, your earlier comment around you want to kind of get our partnership funding reviewed. In terms of an action, is that something that you're going to start? Because you talked about the LTP. Is that something you can start now in terms of clarifying?
Yeah, look, my intention on both of those points is to take it to the ELT and propose that we need to look at that, along with the issue of reporting as well. Because I think, we're not quite grouped up as well as we should be on this. Look, the Bourne Street, don't get me wrong, I love Bourne Street. I'm sort of quite into that stuff personally.
I think your point's well made,
Yeah, but it's just how it fits an event when we've got a restricted budget. I would remind you, as I said earlier, we do sit on a $33,000 surplus in the fund for 22-23 that hasn't been allocated through our recommendation or my recommendations. Last time I did a similar statement about Bourne Street, and this committee, and quite rightly at the time, was able to award it some additional money. So that is on the table for you to consider if you wish.
Yeah, just in terms of that question that Paula raised, and just for clarity, would that come back to this committee, or because they're different funds, do you think it'll just come back to all of council with some?
I think it's a whole of council committee, but it needs to, question, but I think it needs to envelop what the different funds are that we have. As a reminder, a very, very long time ago, around shortly after I arrived in Hamilton and working here at council, we actually separated a lot of the fund that sat within the major event sponsorship fund and redirected that to the community group, because they were very community orientated activities, but were through this fund. And so that's just remind you of that evolution where it really didn't make sense for this particular grouping to look at stuff that was really, heartland community.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions here. One, just following on Matariki, given the central government's significant interest in Matariki, is there an opportunity at the moment to have a potential financial partnership with central government? Because following on from your earlier comments, which were around the fact that it obviously is an emerging and developing event that might just turn out to be a celebration in 4 or 5 years' time. And my worry is that if we are the sole funder of it, then we won't get any interest in future from central government to come in and help top up that funding.
Look, I can't speak for central government. I actually only found out myself yesterday afternoon that central government did actually have a fund available for Matariki that councils could apply to, but that was the first time I'd ever been aware of that. And I don't know if that's going to continue or not. I suspect it will be, probably it would have been a kickstart fund that they had in. But as I reported to this meeting last year on this topic, it's fair to say that other major councils around the country have significant funding specifically for Matariki. They have Matariki teams. So it's, it is something that councils are looking at very closely.
Perhaps they're taking some of the government funds
Possibly,
to help fund that?
Possibly, but I'm also very sure that there's a lot of their own money going in as well.
Okay. Just in terms of council's approach to these major events, and particularly the one-off events like the badminton one, which has got an interest. There's also, from my involvement, there's national swim events that we have here. There's the Ames Games, which I don't think we've ever had here, but are a major. And there's also, and I heard on Sunday that they had been organising an Oceania table tennis tournament here, which of course got called off because of COVID. Do we actively go out and seek those organisations to encourage them to sell Hamilton as an event, with the promise that we might top some funds up, particularly if it's a one-off event, and the the economic benefits are well and truly likely to happen?
Well, look, just to say up front in response to that question, those events are really good for the city. Really, really good for the city. And we put a lot of effort in the last few years through this fund to really support these events to come through, because we have fantastic facilities and we're a great place for New Zealanders, you know, right across New Zealand to come to a central place. Like we've got Pirate Stadium and other locations. So, and they're really good for the city. So even though they are a one-off event, we don't go out proactively to be honest, because we don't have the staff or the resource to do so. But when anyone contacts us, like the badminton people or the table tennis people or the cycling people or whatever, we help them as much as we can with their bids and their pitches that they will then take, and we will give them an indication of how the funding system works and so forth. And then if they're successful, then, you know, they come through and apply for funding to us and others to sort of help them with that. But we're not proactive, but we are doing the best we can to get signals out to all of these different sporting groups that we're here open for business and we're really keen for you to champion Hamilton as a place to
Okay, so there's an awareness that we are...
Yeah, I'd like to think so, but we have to keep working on that.
Okay, good. I really welcome your review of an across the board look at the extent of community grants across the whole of council, because I think that we tend to undersell ourselves in that regard. Have you got the support of the other senior leadership team members to do that? And I say that somewhat cynically because it has been an area of concern to me, particularly given that we measure our community grants on a population basis, and we always seem to be so low in terms of other cities. And I think that's because of our collection of data and the way that we report it.
Look, wasn't proposing in what I said just now to review what we do in the communities grant space or anything. I was just proposing that we review and get consistency with how the rigour that we place in terms of looking at the financials, how we do the reporting back and so forth. And really that really came to my mind just as a result of sitting in on this morning's special meeting of the community group. So I haven't had a chance to speak to other general managers. So they might be, if they were here, they might be kicking me under the table, but I doubt it. I think there was very good points raised this morning with regards just double checking the accountability when it comes to some of the numbers and everything else. So I'm really thinking of it more from an audit perspective, not the actual.
Well, it might also be a good marketing tool too.
Yeah, but as I say,
got...
we need consistency.
Yeah,
we need to treat, if we're handing money to people for these sorts of things, we need to be consistent in terms of how we are monitoring their performance.
Okay, I really look forward to seeing that happen.
Yeah.
Last question, Chair, with your indulgence, and I've got that one. That was apart from Boone, were there any other unsuccessful applicants?
No, you have all the applicants in front of you, so if there had been any others that we didn't want to support or didn't suggest that you support, they would have still been in the report.
They would have, okay.
But you will notice that most of the applications have come in for a higher level than what we are recommending, and that is really, once again, a judgment call against that criteria checklist that we've been doing scores against. And a little bit of judgment too on some issues. So we're not by no means giving everyone everything they want.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Rob. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sean, look, thanks for your summary today and the work here. In regards to your comments that some of the applications here, there was not the most detailed business plans or budgets attached to them. Could you expand on that for me just a little?
Look, all I'm signalling is that a couple of them, they need work and they probably need help. We don't necessarily, we give some very, very thorough guidelines as to what applications require, what need to be included, but the level of input that some of the applicants have been just a little bit lacking in a real true set of accounts, for example, and so forth. And we we will be feeding that back to them. But we can't go out and do their numbers for them. We can't go out and recreate their spreadsheets and things like that. So it's just an education process that people need a little bit of rigour.
And is it your recollection that, in fact, in the discussion where the Boone events were spoken about, there was a lot of discussion about the budget and maybe the lack of some detail?
Was that in the community group
Yes.
meetings? Yes, I wasn't aware. I don't think I was present at those particular meetings, so I don't have background on that for the community grants.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Sean, just a few questions from me. I assume when you talk about a review, it'll incorporate that new Creative Funds partnership, which is the newest cab off the rank. In terms of Boone, what have they got, do you know, in terms of this financial year across all the different funding pools?
Yeah, I had some notes to that effect, but
I guess just while you're looking, another question on them. Was this the original main fund that we supported them with, and have they actually potentially undermined their funding by going off to these other ones, and now we're saying now you no longer qualify for this?
Yeah, look, I don't think I can answer that question because I don't know what they're sort of thinking on that front. All I know is they've applied at this sort of level. I'm sorry, I think I've left the page where I had the previous numbers that Boone Street had already had. I'm just trying to see. Sorry, I'm a bit 6s and 7s here. But look, it was substantial. Let me just check over here. There we go. Just apologies for that. So Boone After Dark has already received 15,000 from the community group and received 25,000 from this particular fund that was an approval made last year. So that takes you up to 40,000, and HCBA through their activity are putting in around 65,000 to them as well. So it's a reasonable amount of support either directly or indirectly already from us. Okay, so the exclusion today won't be an unexpected, won't sabotage the work they're doing? We've already advised them of our recommendation to this committee, so they're aware of that. We haven't heard back from them, but I think it will be a disappointment. Okay. Well, okay, thank you. Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Robb. Thank you, Sean. We'll go into debate.
Is that right, Chair?
Just.
Thank you. Sean, you did talk earlier about the application level and the level of recommendation. I do know that in some of the applications that they'll be using council facilities. Are they also provided under a heavy discount or a nominal community rate?
Yes, they'll be provided at whatever the community rate is for that event, yes. Okay,
thank you. And then I see also in the 21-22 year that there was an unspent balance of 43,000. Is that rolled into the next year, or does it go back to zero and back to the? That goes into a surplus, so that hasn't been spent. Bearing in mind that it was actually the surplus is actually much greater than that because we redirected $85,000 into the Hamilton Central Business Association campaign that we heard of just earlier on, and the 40-odd thousand that is now surpluses on top of that again. So we would just report that as a surplus at the end of the year. All right, so it isn't added to the following year and additional funding available. Okay. Correct. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Doesn't jackpot. All right, it's been moved. We're in debate. Councillor Ewan?
Yeah, look, first of all, I support this. It's been through a robust process, and I think this process has identified some projects that had been scant on detail, particularly on budgets. And I think it's an area of vulnerability for this council. And I welcome the suggestion of Sean that there's going to be a bit of a review and audit process just to tidy up our administration and to ensure equity and transparency and good business commercial conduct. In the meeting earlier this morning, I was accused, well, it was suggested that I may have focused on one particular application because it was Maori as opposed to from a broader community. It's ironic, really, because in fact I had raised considerable concerns about Boone and its budget not that long ago. And so my inquisitorial attempt to try to get more robustness was not motivated by the applicant, but by the lack of detail and some of the scant information that is coming through. And I have been concerned, and I remain concerned about some of the audit process. So I welcome the suggestion by staff that there's going to be, hopefully, be a bit of a review. And my point to the chair would be if SLT feels uncomfortable in doing that, that maybe that's something we at a political level in good governance will make a decision on, and staff will then appropriately implement the instructions of council. But we'll leave it for SLT to discuss it first, and if there's an issue that needs our involvement, then maybe I'll be, for one, happy to move a notice of motion to ensure that outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Robb.
Yeah, thanks. And look, I'll just add to Councillor Ewan's comments. I think there's been good rigour over these particular applications here, and I'm more than happy to support. Had Councillor Ewan not raised this review across the various community grant silos that we have in this organisation, I certainly would, and I think it's well and truly timely and overdue, and I certainly would second any pushback that might arise from the senior leadership team should they not want that to happen. And I suspect that the number of times I've asked for that in my time on council and not seen anything happen suggests that that may in fact indeed be the case. I mean, when you look at the benefits that some of these groups get from community rates and also the subsidies that they get from community leases, if they're applicable to that, and if you compare that to the cheer and dance group, who use their own gymnasium to run their event and get no other benefits or subsidies, then I think it's well and truly overdue that we look at all of these groups and see exactly which silos they manage to get the benefits out of, so that we have got something that's true and fair and accurate in terms of the benefits that the city are providing to those groups. No doubt that those groups are providing some huge benefits to the city, and there are some wonderful volunteers working in those groups who give their time for nothing. So I'm not undermining in any way that, but I think we do need that fairness. And when we start to measure the benefits that this city gives in the way of grants and compares it to other cities, we need to have an accurate measure to do that. And I've always felt that we have been well behind other cities simply because we don't have access to the information and the value of those benefits to those various groups around the city. So this will give us much more and better transparency if we could get that work undertaken. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robb. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. To this. I do think we need to value what we get as a city and what the people get as a result of all these events and activities. What would our town, our city be like without them? Pretty boring, I'd suggest, and pretty devoid of community contact or creativity. So, you know, this is what this is about. We've got to remember what this is about. It's about enabling people to make our city a better place and to enable people to thrive through cultural, social well-being. But in terms of what Rob just said, I support the idea of a review, and I don't think staff are opposed to it because we've had these conversations at every level of funding that we do. So we do, but we do need to make sure through you, General Manager, that this actually happens. Sean, that this actually work is complete, please, because it's difficult for the community at this time. But I have to say, we have to decide between new activities, what they bring and how they bring a fresh perspective, and some things that have stood the test of time. And in terms of activities, events that have stood the test of time, well, no one would deny the Balloons Over Waikato, the Hamilton Gardens Art Festival has stood the test of time. I would say that Boone Street Art Festival has also stood the test of time. If you are not sure about that, look around the number of places in the city that have murals now as a consequence. And the reason I mention tag busters, which do excellent work in the city, is that where art thrives, tags are less prevalent. They don't taggers don't often do it over the top of really well-valued artwork. And so I think we've got 50 plus Boone Street. It must be more than that now, because the university has engaged in this activity, and that puts our city on the map. So I do want to find out how we can support the things that have stood the test of time and just keep delivering and delivering and delivering. We can't support everything, but we must play our part. We just had a really good presentation from Vanessa from HCBA, which actually spelt out the real value of events to our city in the CBD. What a great job she's done. So it does show that with a little bit of seed funding, people can go a long way and do a lot more than we can on our own. So look, support the review to make sure that in these modern times, our funding buckets are fit for purpose. Also would like to, in that review, Sean, look at the big events money that where we attract massive events, the 660 type of, reach out, get really big things coming, because that's what we need for tourism, of course. But, and see the whole funding structure again with that. And it shouldn't be too hard, because it should be just a matter of bringing it together. So look, I'm very pleased to support the recommendation today for what's here. I'm sad to see Boone not on it, but I understand your rationale. But I'll say right now, I think we need to get behind Boone and support them. That's my personal view. There you go.
Thank you. Mangai Te Pora.
Thanks, Chair. I also support the recommendations, but I absolutely come behind the need to review all funding policies and processes, and it seems very timely to do that, as Councillor Ewan has mentioned, to bring it into an equitable frame. I do want to mention around the Matariki, it is coming into a national event, and so it'd be really good to hence one of the reasons that we probably need the review, to have a look outside our own pockets, who are the contributors and the partners in there. But do mention Te Ohu Whakaita Charitable Trust, that they have been doing the heavy lifting for quite some time around Matariki. And also note, I hope everyone's coming at 5:30 a.m. In the morning to open that ceremony, because the Honourable Nanaia Mahuta will be giving the kōrero for that. And there's also a special mention alongside the Matariki ki Waikato for Wheels Along Waikato. This application stood out because it's a nice family fun community thing to do, but if we look through it with a Hamilton City lens and the stories that they will tell along the way, and I think it's a model for these sorts of things, because it involves all sections of the community, all places of interest along the awa. So I just wanted to recognise them in that.
Thank you. Mangai Te Pora. Just a few words from me. You made me think of the wellbeing's approach, actually, to Pora, when you said, is this an economic fund? Is this a social fund? But I'm sure that will come out in due course. Some good comments. I support Boone, I support murals. Ironically, the mural on Anglesey Street is a personification of Matariki by the artist. It was quite quite special. But one thing I'd like to add into the mix, Sean, is like a double dipping clause where we see these organisations try to be all things and meet the funds, and I like Boon, but Boon After Dark was an example of pivoting to meet a different funding requirement by a name change for it. So I think that would be useful in that mix as well. Councillor Ewan, right of reply? No. Fantastic. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. St Nicholas.
Thank you. That's an interesting introduction. This is the quarterly Municipal Endowment Fund investment report. There's just a couple of things I'd like to draw to your attention. The first is we had originally reported that we would be investing $6 million with Simplicity Balanced Funds. For technical reasons, that investment had to be placed with Milford instead. I'm not sure if Tracy's zooming in and is able to speak to that point or not. I did. No one there, Amy? Yeah. Tracy, do you want to just comment on the technical reasons behind that change?
Sure, thank you, Nicholas. So yeah, just when we investigated looking into the Simplicity Fund, the administration behind it was actually quite arduous, not only for management but actually for councillors themselves. So we decided that given the nature of the council and what we were doing, it was a little bit easier and a little bit cheaper, if you like, to go with the Milford Fund.
Thank you. And the other thing I'll just draw to your attention is at the last meeting we were asked to comment on the ethical investment policies of the companies that we were placing funds with, and we've given an overview of those ethical investment policies there, together with appropriate links if you want to explore more deeply. Many of these companies, of course, have quite extensive lists of prescribed sectors, tobacco, coal, oil, so those sorts of things with whom they will not invest. So that information has been provided there as well. Other than that, happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Rob?
Yeah, just a question to Tracy. Were the administrative issues with Simplicity, why were they different to, say, Milford? I assume that they are around AML and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so great question, thank you. So Simplicity, basically every single councillor had to supply a whole heap of personal information, ID verification, signatures and things like that. Whereas with Milford, it's less on the councillors and more on the staff. So what David and I had to, and my two staff who are managing this fund, we had to do all of that paperwork, and then 2 representatives from council instead.
Okay. So did you feed that back to Simplicity? I thought the rules around AML were pretty standard now amongst all of those funds and whoever else is obliged to follow the anti-money laundering rules. I thought they'd standardised pretty much those requirements.
We did challenge it and ask a couple of times, to be fair,
Yep.
Did they really need every single councillors and all of that information?
Okay.
But they stood their ground.
They stood, okay.
Hence the reason why we then decided to go to someone else.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting. Okay, you like to move?
Yep, I'm happy to move.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ewan. Is there any debate?
No, I think we've already had it included in your chair's report, a discussion this morning on what was happening with the MEF, so I would just say ditto to this morning's discussion, from my point of view anyway. Thank you.
Okay, right of reply, Councillor Rob. Okay, those in favour? Carried, thank you. What are we up to now? Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report is our quarterly report that we bring through to this committee at each of its meetings. This is for the period ending Q3, so period ending 31 March 2022. Look, it's fair to say that this quarter has been probably the most challenging quarter operationally that we've had since the entire COVID event has sort of hit us. We have it just dragged on in terms of the various COVID settings that we had, and we came to a position where our customers who had been continually rebooking, recasting their events and functions forward, and everything else just sort of almost gave up on us and said, look, we're just going to close down for now and wait and see what happens. My theory, and the theory of a number of other people that I've spoken to across the industry, is that if we had moved to an orange light probably 2-3 weeks before we actually ultimately moved, we probably would have been saved from losing a fair amount of business through that. So it has been a pretty tough time in terms of doing comeback, but there have been some good results at the same time. Right now, despite what I've just said, we are on the reset, and so we do have forward bookings that are starting to come back, but we did have lost a lot of trading that we had hoped would stick to this current financial year. So the forward booking profile is definitely strengthening, and we are quite excited about the fact that we already have some periods later this calendar year that we're going to have closeouts for, where we simply don't have anything available. First week of July, for example, we're going to have a close to a sellout music concert in the Globox Arena, which will be exciting for us. The last couple of weeks we've had a number of events in the arena, so the team are getting back into gear. As we speak, there is a pack-in at Claudelands for a 4-day conference with 990 delegates from right around New Zealand, and on Friday we'll have over 1,000 people in the Globox Arena for the annual Bucket List Banquet event. So we are getting back on track, despite my slightly sombre opening remarks. Getting back on track, however, has its challenges. We have, over the period of COVID, opted to not replace staff that have left us. And also through that period, we've lost a number of casual staff that the business really does rely on, which is a big chunk of our personal costs. So on one hand, that's helped us in terms of holding to our finances, and we are still holding to budget, as you would have read in the report. But the flip side of that is it's increasingly difficult for us to get staff back. Casual staff in particular have evaporated, gone to other options, and it's hit our industry right across the board, and it's also hit equally our supply partners that we work with. So that is our challenge at the moment, is getting some permanent roles re-established, and also getting our casual pool of staff. And and we're talking a few hundred people here to be on a casual rosters. So one of the initiatives that we are doing next month is, and hence the screen up there, I know you can't read it that well, that's off a social media post that's just gone out. We're actually launching a Careers Expo, which is solely focused around H3 venues and all of our suppliers, our major suppliers, who also need lots of casual staff and permanents. And so there's a campaign going on out on that now. Excuse me. And that will culminate.
Have some water, Sean. Take a break.
That will culminate in a expo event to be held at Claudelands or at the Globox Arena. So the ad up there is an old version that we did. It's minus the Montana logo, which should be up there. Thank you. So we're hopeful that we will be able to do a bit of a trawl to get more people on board, and hopefully get them more excited about our industry. In the event business.
Just take a moment. Have a
That's
drink.
okay. It'll go. It'll go. I want to be quick. I want to help you with your record. So I just signalling that that's something we're doing, as I say, specifically for our industry, and specifically for our mainstream suppliers that we work with as well. The other element of jumping back into busy business, like we are this week, just so you know, that we've had a big focus on is ensuring our staff are match fit. We have been pretty busy over the period of COVID doing different things, but to suddenly get back into event mode when it's full noise, full pressure, lots of time, and actually getting the tech guys getting back onto the light and sound switchboards, it's almost like they need to learn how to drive again. So we've been putting a lot of effort into making sure that the team are match fit leading up to this week. Both physically and also sort of mentally, because it is a step change back into what they've been used to. And that's been a little bit of a concern of mine with regards health and safety and potential injury and so forth as people come back online. The other thing I would say about the third quarter that we reported in, whilst it was pretty dull in many respects, we were fortunate enough to have a number of sporting events still take place, which helped save us in many respects. Seddon Park in particular, and the Stadia teams, or the turf teams in particular at Seddon Park, had a massive cricket season. Despite the fact that we're operating in the red light, those events were still able to take place, but on a very, very restricted basis. And that included 7 games for the Women's Cricket World Cup, which I'm hoping some of you had the chance to experience. So that was quite good, despite the fact that we were sort of in the red zone. To give you a bit of an indication, however, of what Cricket World Cup meant to us, and this relates to Councillor Pascoe's ongoing requests that we have better monitoring of the outcomes of some of these major events. Well, we're starting to get there. We're starting with the Women's Cricket World Cup. Despite the fact that we're in the red zone and could only have limited attendance and limited action, and it sort of caused the ICC to focus on their televised broadcast of the event as opposed to getting people in the stadium because of all those restrictions, we still had around 2,500 people attended the event. We had an attraction of around 1,175 people who came from outside of the region specifically for the event, and they generated 4,132 visitor nights for those fixtures, and the estimate is $315,958 of expenditure from outside of the region that came as a result of the Cup. And that, if you look at the cost that came out of H3's ordinary budgets to operate those events, or the Women's Cricket World Cup event, the report that we received in terms of the payback is that for every dollar we spent operationally to make Cricket World Cup happen, the city received $29 back in return. So what I've just described is a sample of some of the reporting we're hoping to get now for some of our major events going forward that we've never had previously, but we've finally got that work underway with a provider that does this work across all New Zealand cities, so it's a consistent methodology for comparative purposes. The other thing about looking forward that I'd draw to your attention to is that we are in a relaunch. We talk about reset. We are relaunching our business events presence in the market right across New Zealand and to a lesser degree in Australia. And it's time for us to sort of perhaps refresh our image and our visuals to our market. In a few weeks' time, there's a major event taking place at Te Pai, which is the brand new $500 million convention centre that's been built in Christchurch. And that event is bringing together all of the business event buyers from around the country and Australia to sort of convene and to get the chance to network with the various suppliers like H3. So we have quite a presence, a sales presence at that event, and we are doing a bit of a relaunch of H3 at that event to really say, hey, we're all back in business, but hey, this is what we've been doing while we've been on the COVID trail. So the next slide that's going up by my assistant over here. This is a sample of an old ad, for example, that we've done, for the, that sort of appears in print and mostly on electronic media, where we focused on our staff and our event specialists and so forth. And you've heard me talk a lot about, our guiding principles are being best in business, dedicated hosts and tight team, which fits in with the needs of our market, and that still exists. However, we're doing a bit of a relaunch, which is a little bit more competitive in many respects. So the next slide is basically we are relaunching ourselves, H3 venues in Hamilton, as a place to meet in the centre. Now, the weird thing about this is that was created around the same time as Vanessa did her Love the Centre thing, and I phoned her, and I won't say the words, I sort of wondered if we would crossed over the same creative somewhere. However, it is what it is, but we are really pushing the competitive advantage we have of being in the centre, basically, of the bulk of New Zealand's population. We are unashamedly aware that Christchurch is going to be stiff competition with their brand new government-funded conference centre, so we are sort of pitching ourselves as to what our difference is in terms of the centre and where we're located. The next slides, and there's a couple here, these are just samples of big banners that are going up, and they will be featured around Te Pai itself at this conference that we're going to, where we're promoting ourselves. You can just scroll through slowly if you would like, Tyler. And we will even have a couple of outdoor billboards on the streets of Christchurch that are in locations targeting all the delegates where they're staying at their hotels and the route that they'll walk to Te Pai and so forth. So we're just sort of once again focusing on a few things, but it's, as I say, it's all about, our campaigning here is all about meeting in the centre. The next slide, if we could just sit on that one. I know. No, wait, I've got to wait till I finish. Yeah, so there's this one here. Well, this is just a word one. So sorry, I was thinking of the next one maybe that I want to focus on. No, the next one perhaps. That's obviously a Hobbiton where we do feature. There is a Hamilton Gardens version, but I don't have it on the slides. But I'm hoping to show you one which has food in it in the middle, which might be next.
The last one.
That one there, sorry. Okay. So one of the things that we are launching at this conference, and I will be speaking to you more fully about it at the next quarterly report meeting, is that we have done a whole new menu change with H3 venues, specifically at Claudelands, and have worked with Montana over the last few months to come up with updated menus. So that there's a bit of a refresh, because obviously many of you will be aware we quite often go to these places a lot and get sick of the same menu being served up. But we've done a lot of work, and I want to sort of congratulate really hard work by Montana to come up not only with some new creatives in terms of the types of meal offerings and so forth that we'll be putting out there, but also they have gone down the track on our behalf of working really, really hard to source local as much as they possibly can. So by the time we meet next time, you'll see quite a bit of work that's done about where we're sourcing all of our food locally and incorporating it into our menus, including specific menus created by local chefs and so forth. So I'm hoping that this fits in nicely to work that you've done, Councillor Van Oosten, on Buy Local. It hasn't been that easy, because one of the things when you talk about supplying food locally, and I know we're in the middle of a pretty cool food bowl, is that if you're having a conference with 1,000 people and you're having to deliver 3 dinners and 3 lunches, suddenly that's a lot of steak to get locally at a specific time. And so there are challenges there which actually sort of work against you a little bit when you're in the sort of business that we're in, even to the point of having to notify processing plants or meat producers well in advance so that they can actually get their own stocks ready and do special runs. So we are working closely, really hard to do this local food. And we'll be pushing it very hard through our menu options, and there'll be new material coming out on that. But in most cases it'll work, in some cases it will be just too hard because of the time we have. I think it's fair to say that we have found that it's also a bit more expensive. and we are sort of trying to get that mix right in terms of our pricing for our customers and so forth. So it has its challenges, but we're actually very excited to be relaunching that as a part of our sort of back-end business and reset campaign and meeting in the centre. The thing that I want to say about the meet in the centre and the that device that you see on Google Maps that we're using, and Vanessa used it as well. I got an email just before, and some of you would have got the same email from the Chamber of Commerce, and Hampton Downs have got one using the same symbol, and they're saying meet in the middle. And we have this thing about, we talk about H3 venues being a place for people to meet, greet and perform, and we've had that for a number of years. They're doing meet, eat and play. So I couldn't believe it when I saw that this morning. I raced over and showed Vanessa. And that, so that's, we're going to have to see who this creative guy is that's obviously doing stuff out there. So look, with that I'll really hand over. I think you have the financials in front of you. You'll see we are still able to hold our operating budget to budget, and we've got a small surplus there that we've been able to achieve really through holding back on costs despite the fact that our revenue's down. Our April results are similar to what we had in March, so we're still holding to budget, and I'm hopeful that at operating level we're going to get pretty close to not actually having suffered too much despite all the challenges that COVID have sent our way. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sean. I might just kick off with a few. Firstly, great presentation. Thank you for that. The delegates that you mentioned coming up, the 900 plus, was that the same organisation that was about this time last year, or was this?
Yeah. So they booked and rebooked, and then finally they decided to have the courage that perhaps a few others didn't, and say, right, we're going to go for it. So yes, it's the Waters Conference.
Fantastic. And what was the concert coming up you mentioned?
LAB in the Globox Arena on the 2nd of July. We are talking to a number of other parties at the moment. One of our people is actually heading across to Australia shortly for a meeting with a number of the promoters, because they're now in a position where they want to talk about shows and schedules and so forth coming up. We've got a few challenges. We're certainly aware of some acts that have signed up for New Zealand, but Hamilton hasn't been included. There's still that issue of, well, if we're in Auckland, Hamiltonians can drive up the road, so we've got a bit of that happening still. But we're certainly back on deck in terms of the various show promoters and the touring acts to come and talk to us, and that includes the Wiggles, which might sound humorous, but it's really good for the business. Really good. It's really good business.
Yes, I believe you. And also your expo, how many partners do you think you'll have in there with H3?
It'll be Montana, Bidcom and Red Badge and ourselves. They're the three biggest supply partners that we work with, and they're the ones that have identified that they've got real challenges with casual staff, just like we do. So that's we're doing now. I mean, we did have a lot of debate about how wide do you cast this, so we were worried that if we cast it this expo too wide, we would end up diluting the focus that we want on our specific industry or the particular type of business. So we certainly had talked about, like, Hobbiton are having the same trouble with staff, getting staff back, and we're really close partners with them. They do a lot with us, but we just wanted to keep it quite focused on our specific career trajectory that we offer.
I won't go into detail but just would you consider other parts of HCC potentially?
Yeah, I've yet to talk to, we've only just launched this, I'm yet to talk to HR, but one of the options we had talked about is whether or not they want to have a kiosk at the event as well to talk about broader HCC, but no, that's definitely in our radar. But we just haven't nailed that down. We've only just got it confirmed yesterday that the parties are in. And
what's the date of that expo?
Thursday.
Roughly.
7th of July.
Okay, cool.
We've already had people register for it. The first hit went out on social media yesterday, and you'll see it go out on H Live and a few other things. So
there's no field days in July this year, so we'll get all of that.
No, there's no field days. In fact, we're just about on field days dates, aren't we? Ordinarily.
Councillor Rob.
Yeah, just following on from that. What's the expo sort of focused? Is it focused on recruitment of people coming along?
That's it.
So why Christchurch? And
oh no, sorry. This is just here in Hamilton.
Oh, okay.
Everything else I saw, we're just saying we're launching the campaign in Christchurch. So
okay.
At this event.
Okay,
yeah.
I misinterpreted. So the event is going to happen here. So you'll be focusing on people in this community who
Correct.
might be looking at careers. Yeah. Good,
yeah.
okay. But my prepared question is around CapEx and asset management, and well done on the budget side of things. But in this, and this is on page. Let me just find the page number. It's page 398. You state there that our capital program is forecasting to underspend at year end. And I assume that the capital program includes both CapEx and renewals and major maintenance.
Yep.
Do you have any concerns that we might be oversweating our assets? Because I imagine some of this underspend is not a question of availability of funding,
no.
More so the delivery of the work.
It's just some slight delays in some projects, and it's the old story of availability of contractors, availability of materials, and so forth. But we don't see any risk at all. We're feeling very comfortable with how our maintenance programs are going.
Good.
At the various venues. We have a big project next year, in the next financial year, starting 1 July, that we have a little bit of nervousness on, given the closure of Shanghai in recent months because of supply issues out of there, but otherwise we are reasonably comfortable.
And the underspend, that rolls over into the next year, doesn't it? It doesn't.
That's right.
It's not available. It will be available to you. Yeah,
it's a timing issue. It's not a we're not doing it issue.
Okay. And generally, you're comfortable with the funds that have been allocated to H3 as being sufficient for renewals?
Yes, I am, and I'm. We've reviewed our budgets for the next as part of the actual annual plan review, and we were comfortable with where we had set. And so, yes, no, I remain comfortable with our budget.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Mark.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Chairman Ryan. Great report. I love reading about all the stuff, about promoting the city. The question I've got for you is, and hopefully I'm in the right forum, do we audit any of our suppliers like Red Badge in terms of feedback around their performance?
Yes, we have a survey that we conduct at most of our major events, where people are asked to provide feedback across their total experience in the at our venues, and there's a section in the report which I'm just looking up where we have a scorecard where we talk about the satisfaction levels, and anything to do with our suppliers are picked up in that.
There's not much competition to Red Badge, though, is there? They're really kind of the main one.
No, there are other operators out there, but they struggle with the scale that we have, and also the on-off nature of our business as well, which is quite a challenge. It's the same for catering as well.
Yeah,
it's very difficult.
Yep. And then just one other question is the imagery around the Claudelands. In that environment of catering and venues and stuff like that, is Claudelands known, or would we have been better to highlight Hamilton?
It's Claudelands.
It is.
It's Claudelands. If we look at for business events in particular, when we talk about getting customer attractions, it's all about the venue first, and it's all about the reputation of the venue.
Okay.
And not just the physical shape of the venue, but also the service and so forth. And Hamilton does come after that in terms of location. And that.
I'd imagine that the marketing team have a hierarchy.
Yeah, they do. But having said that, everything we do at trade shows or different events, whilst we centre on Claudelands, it's all about Claudelands in Hamilton, sort of thing. So
okay, cool. No, that answers my question. Thank you.
Councillor Maxine.
Sean, I just wanted to take us back to the employment concerns that we're having around staffing numbers, etc. And considering, I guess, that we're in the lowest of unemployment rates at the moment, and the nature of the employment status that people have in the sector around casual, temporary, fixed term type working agreements. Do you think that that's an attractive enough employment status to bring people in and attract workers? Is this the kind of employment status that they're seeking?
Look, it's a hard question, and it's sort of horses for courses. Look, our experience with people departing over the last 2 years has been normal. People, move on or whatever. A number of staff that have left have actually made lifestyle choices as a result of COVID and decided to move to New Plymouth or something. We've had a number of staff also say, well, we're not sure about the ongoing security in our industry given the experience of COVID, even though they have been secure with us, but they just sort of get nervous. And this is right across the travel industry as well. And we've also had some staff say to us, despite the excitement of events, and I mean, a number of our staff are there because they love the buzz of the event day. They look forward to sevens and all the energy and action. But they're saying, given we've been thinking a bit about life, do we really want to be working from 7 in the morning to 11 at night? Do we want to be working Saturday, Sunday? So we have had a few staff actually opt to find more routine 9 to 5, Monday to Friday jobs. So we need to attract people that not only have skills and expertise and attitude and a service ethic, but we need to attract people that are excited by the buzz of events and are comfortable with the sort of hours, the spasmodic hours. So, and those people are out there. It's just a matter of, as I say, we've gone through a bit of a reset in people's thinking, but there's always new people coming on. So it's not easy, but it's the business we're in, and we need to have a mix of permanents that actually are effectively rostered 24/7 in some way, and a mix of casuals. We can't gear up our staffing levels to be fully permanent just for those peak days, when casuals really make it affordable to do. So we have to have that mix. And that's the nature of the industry, really.
And you suppose that there's enough forward opportunity to be able to, I guess, give that kind of a vision to people about their opportunity to be able to engage in work.
Yeah, well, that's the task the team have when we have this job expo, is how are they going to sell the sizzle on the day? And I think the issue is forward opportunity for a lot of staff, and where do they see it? I've got to be careful when I talk about individual staff and so forth, but we had one lady who left us a wee while ago who had a few years under her belt with us. She was outstanding. She was a great person. But she had worked out, well, I want that job, and to get there I have to have that job and that job and that job, but they're not leaving, so I will move on, sadly, and so yeah, we do have that. That's sort of almost normal. We would like to think that we are a great training ground for people who want to get into this industry. We have a number of staff who now work for our software provider, the system that we use for operating, that one's based in Austria, one's based in Australia. We have a number of staff that have been poached by the big convention centres in Australia. In fact, we lost a really good lady, announced that she'll be going to the Melbourne Convention Centre a couple of weeks ago. And that's born of the fact that not just her, but also the fact that if you've come through H3, you're actually quite desirable, and people have had that experience. So we've got to take pride in that. But I think if you are looking for career trajectories in this business and hospitality and and I'll say tourism, leisure, you have to move around. You can't just stay in one place for the whole career.
And is there any opportunity with those partners, you mentioned Montana VidCom and H3, to have any kind of a creative way to offer opportunities for more across the sector?
Yeah, we do that now. I mean, there are a number of occasions where we actually pull out casual staff for full-time jobs. And so if we've identified someone and the right opportunity comes up, we will go to a casual staff member and say, hey, what do you want? Or they will have come to us and said, I'm always happy to, would like to come full-time. Surprisingly, sometimes when you see the guys wrestling the covers out at Seddon Park in the wind, and that a number of them are actually red badge that we co-opt in to sort of help out. So, we do mix up and help each other out quite a bit where we can.
And are hourly rates a barrier?
We're challenged like the rest of the market is at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's all. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Moved
Sean.
by Donovan, seconded by Gallagher. Good. We're in debate. You moved the motion, Mark.
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add. Thanks, Ryan.
Councillor Gallagher is the seconder. I'll just say, Sean, excellent report. I know you do a good job, but seeing your presentation today has renewed my appreciation for the role you do and the work you do. Probably a bit like a duck underwater. You're certainly very busy with some very big entities beneath you, and obviously a very good team as well. Excited about the buying local piece with food. I always go to other cities like Wellington, and they're always unashamed about buying local and supporting their producers, and I think that's something that we haven't done very well, and not just Hamilton City Council, but Hamilton Inc. So really excited to see that. Expo, a great example of innovation in a really tough labour market, so really excited to see how that goes for you, and potentially something we could do more and even more frequently. So why not? Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. I'd like to go through the manager's report and then we'll break for lunch. So in your hands, but there's quite a bit of good detail in here.
Thank you, Chair. So we're just going to take this General Manager's report in three parts. So I'll have Mike, our ED Manager, talk about the economic development updates. Then Nicholas Wells will come back and talk a bit about property matters, and finally Tiki Mossop will give us a high-level economic update, just a presentation to cover off what's happening in the wider world of economics. So hand over to Mike.
Great, thank you. Just three items from the GM report I'd like to highlight quickly, and Tracy Wood from Events may make an appearance, so I'll leave the diplomatic study tour bit for last. First, just touching on the NZ Food Innovation I guess, strategic review. We've talked about it in many GM reports. Very pleased to announce with the urging of Chair, Deputy Chair, and Blair GM that we're finally underway. Although the advantage of taking a bit of time is that with the new CE there, they've actually done their own strategic review, so it aligns well with the timing, what we're doing now, that will inform but not direct our strategic review. And again, this is basically designed to understand the context of how things have changed since our initial involvement in that piece, and our consultant partner is interviewing stakeholders, reviewing financial statements, really doing a top to bottom to give us guidance, to give you guidance on where and how that should be shaped moving forward. Any questions on that?
Do you want to introduce all three, Mike? And
I'll move on. Okay. So the next one, Cultivate Trust, which I think there's a little bit of confusion. It does take the name from the previous Cultivate IT, but it's merged that organization into what's now called the Cultivate Trust. That's set up really to focus squarely on tech in Hamilton and the Waikato. So really positive momentum there, very active and committed at the leadership level. The CEs of all the tech companies that you would think of are heavily involved, as are we here at HCC, just helping to make sure the three main priorities that have been laid out. One is to showcase us. So a lot of it is telling our story. Not many people may be aware of that we actually are a tech town, and a rapidly growing one. The other two, connect and grow, are to, on the connect side, to just be a place for people who want to find out about tech who are already here, so networking events. And then the final bit is really where we're going to put our shoulder into it, where we're taking the message to companies and showing them why we believe, as they're growing in New Zealand, that they should have strong consideration of having a presence here in Hamilton. And then the last one, if Tracy wants to come up as well, on the diplomatic study tour, I know earlier it was referenced on the sister cities conversation. There's absolutely that intent to tie in and integrate the fact that we'll have a number of countries here for a visit led by Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and integrating that with the aspirations of our businesses that are being presented. So just looking to really make that link, showcase, again, Hamilton and the Waikato as a place that's ready for investment, ready to grow. The themes on the event really focus around regionalism, that reflecting back to our economic development agenda around the boundaryless approach to economic growth. And many of the ambassadors actually may not have been here before. They do change out every 3, 4, 5 years. So again, it's really our chance to show them firsthand our diverse economic base, tech, logistics, agri-tech, and manufacturing, by bringing the CEs and leaders of those companies directly to them and have them engage and learn about business here in Hamilton. I'll pause there.
Any questions from anyone on that? No, everyone's thinking about lunch. Councillor.
Councillor Gallagher was ahead of
Yeah, thanks.
Just to warm up for Councillor Rob in this case, I obviously want to ask you about the partnership with Waikato District Council, but I'll save that obviously until you're onto that. Just coming back to the diplomats tour, I've been involved with these in the past. You talk about you've got sort of more or less firm indications from the head of missions listed. I guess the supplement to that is the obvious, what other embassies sending less than head of missions, and in particular with significant partners, presumably you do some follow-up one-on-one visits.
Correct. The intent of the visit is almost like a quick tour sample of what we have. The intent, and we'll deem it a success in part if additional visits occur, more one-on-one or perhaps 2 or 3 where there's a regional significance. In the report, we list this at the time of doing, the invitation was going out to all heads of mission, and the indication of the countries we listed were those that we thought might accept. We won't really know the final list until nearer to the event, but rest assured we're working very, very hard. We've been told there's a significant amount of interest, probably more than Ministry of Foreign Affairs have seen before.
So obviously there's the cultural component in acknowledging Kingi Tuheiti's office, number one. So in terms of the broader context of our region, and then I assume that there's going to be significant focus around the sort of science, agri-tech. Can you give us a bit of an indication of roughly the program? But I realise that's maybe a bit fluid.
Absolutely, yeah. So the first day, I'd say, is more on the cultural experiential side, and there will be a dinner event that night. The second day is really focused on getting them out and interacting one-on-one with local leaders and businesses. And we've done partnering with Zilong and also Innovation Park to curate those 2 events to really focus on, again, the leaders of not just our largest companies, but also good representation of our wide and broad economic base around primarily those sectors I mentioned: agri-tech, logistics, tech and innovation, as well as others that, construction industry, for example, having them present. And then the one unique call out is that at Innovation Park, we're working with Waikato Tainui and TGH to really, separate from the networking event, have a dedicated time for them to tell their story about Ruakura and the success that's happened there, and really in the broader context of a partnership that everybody's coming together to make pretty impressive success there of late.
And how, I mean, I realise, final question for Rob does the main questions, but I realise this is a group event, but, you know, obviously, you know, how much can you tailor? Because obviously each individual mission will have some specific dynamics as against sort of, you know, a follow-up, you know, one-on-one visits from significant missions.
We're working with the businesses to identify that. So, for example, where are their top export countries? What are their top import countries? And try and craft some of the meetings from a sister city's perspective. Pending the attendees, we're looking to perhaps have, you know, side meetings with them. It's difficult to tailor it specifically, having so many countries, but yeah, our full intent is to work with their offices and have them back. The whole goal of this is really to entice them to continue to interact with us.
And I just notice at this point, the US, China and UK are not on the list, so I assume that may be potentially, if needed, a follow-up one-on-one focus.
Yeah, we certainly hope that our major trading partners are coming. And again, I think what we've been directed by MFAT is they don't really publicize who's accepted, but I've been assured that that there'll be no shortage of countries attending that will be interested in learning about Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll pass over to the main questions now.
Chair, I feel under significant pressure here. Suddenly, my questions have become the main event, but they're not. My sole questions are around the strategic review of New Zealand food innovation. I'm just not sure what we're setting out to achieve here, in the sense of, are we doing this strategic review, or are we participating with New Zealand Food Innovation and in their strategic review?
So it's quite separate from that. It's to inform council of our stakeholdings and our options and how things may have changed, and does our position there still align with our original goals, and how that can shift moving forward. So it is quite distinct and
so
separate.
It's our strategic review as a shareholder.
Correct.
In food innovation, not that company or involving the other shareholders at this stage.
Correct. Now there'll be some interviewing of them and their perspective, particularly Callaghan.
I understand that.
And Rob, I'll just add to that, it's also an opportunity to have evaluation.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of, when you say staff and advisors, that's our staff and advisors that council are appointing.
Correct.
So have we got in mind then terms of reference to what we want to achieve here? And I asked that question because I thought around about now, if I go back to when we sold the land, the buildings at Innovation Park, I think about 2022 was roughly the time that we were going to look at our ongoing involvement and shareholding in the company. And I thought that at that point we had Callaghan's nod that we may be able to sell beyond that point. Is that what this is all about?
Absolutely, yes. So a big part of it is also having a look back at, since our investment, what has happened in that space, what have the contributions that has made to the agri-tech sector have been.
Okay. So one of the things will be the value of those shares, of our shares.
It's not designed to be a specific financial analysis, but directionally, yes.
Okay. All right. Do we know what it's going to cost? That's not covered off in the financial side. It just says it's covered by existing budgets. So we set a sort of a cost.
Correct.
You go on.
It was scoped out similarly to actually a very similar review done or currently underway for the airport. So very similar structure, although different circumstances, and the cost frame was about the same as
Okay,
that.
well, I'll ask that question because I have got that same question in PE on the airport. I have also another question in respect to Innovation Park, but I will also cover that in PE because I suspect it still is in PE. So if I can just hold that question over until then. Thank you. Thanks.
If I can just note that in terms of the diplomatic study, there is obviously an esteemed minister coming to speak, so Tracy may wish to note that. And I would also just like to acknowledge the role of Mike and Tracy in terms of pulling this event together. It's a very significant undertaking in a dynamic environment, working with many stakeholders. So, on behalf of Hamilton, what they are doing is going to deliver a wonderful experience for those attendees. Tracy, did you want to just say who was going to come and open or speak?
Kia ora koutou, good afternoon everybody. I guess it's just an opportunity. I know Mike's given you all the background, so for me, I have the opportunity to add an event flair and flavour, if you like, to what we're going to be able to deliver to our homes. We are very focused on a taste of Waikato, which is the way we've really pitched this up, so that the whole experience is about the wider regional take. And so we're very excited to also reflect that in the dinner, where there'll be a lot of local food producers and suppliers who will also be on the ground to talk about how they connect to the Waikato and why their choice of this as their place of operation. So I think there's a lot of stories interconnected in the way that we're delivering at the 2 days. I think, as Councillor Martin said, the opportunity to be hosted at Tūranga Waiwai, which is very important and a really wonderful way for the experience to begin. And then also, obviously, Zeelong, where the experience again extends to homes and their partners so that we can offer them a whole different range of experiences. So, yeah, a lot to do, but a very exciting 2 days.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure whether this was in discussion, but Minister Mahuta is joining us at Innovation Park for the final part of the 2-day experience, which gives another great opportunity to talk about partnership, particularly alongside Tainui and TGH. So, it's a great bookend, if you like, to a 2-day experience.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, I thought you were leaving all questions up to Councillor Robb.
I just didn't realise you're covering the whole report. So just the partnership with the Waikato District Council, I'm happy to do that offline. I'm intrigued in terms of that synergy with our future-proof partners, particularly Waikato and Waipa, and if you may have anything to add to that in terms of just, where's our natural synergy, because obviously if you're looking at locating here, then local authority boundaries are somewhat artificial.
Absolutely. I think this is the first step of many, and I think this was initiated both on their end and our end. It was very mutual, and just at an economic development level, just understanding how we can partner. So Sleepyhead benefits us as much as something that happens in Hamilton will benefit them, but it's really woven into the entire economic development program. So, for example, Brad Olson from Infometrics will be here. One of the key things we're talking to him about is how can we use your platform and your data to extract data at a metro spatial plan level? Because when I talk about workforce to an employer, having to patch together different, it's not really applicable. I think, even just in our small group here, our workforce stretches from Matamata to Ngaruahia. So absolutely, that's a fundamental part of what we're doing.
So basically, this work will be continuing with the other future-proof councils,
absolutely.
Waipa, Matamata,
absolutely,
in terms of the synergy. Thank you.
Thanks, Mangai Te Pora.
Yeah, so we're taking questions on the whole.
Just on these 3 things for now. The 3 items we've talked about.
Okay, I'll save my lot.
Okay, cool. Thank you, team. Welcome back to St. Nicholas.
Canonised twice in the same meeting. Brilliant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. In terms of the rent relief information supplied there, just an update on 46. We've had 8 council tenants apply for relief in the December-January period, 4 February and 2 March. So the sense we're getting here is that the package was provided for a specific point in time and was fit for purpose, served its purpose very well. All our tenants have survived despite very trying times, but the need for this is now tailing off, and we're not getting any sense that there's another requirement coming, unless, of course, the COVID environment changes really quite significantly. In terms of the financial cost, we budgeted a further 138k for this last tail of relief, and we've spent less than half of that. So I'm happy to take any questions on the rent relief package. Thank you. Celebrating age. So this was discussed in detail, as you may recall, at the last council meeting on the 12th. There's the staff working group are working up the scope now, and effectively there are three principal phases in this next piece of work that's going to be carried out. A comprehensive needs analysis, capturing the requirements of the celebrating age tenants specifically, and also the broader context of the environment in which they work. So the parties that support their activities across a broader sector. And then 2 components of property analysis, one obviously for the MEF land at Victoria Grantham, what opportunities exist there, what's highest best use, what might be developed, what would a mix of community commercial development look like, those sorts of things. And much the same exercise at the other end, the Norris Ward Park end of the proposal. So that's going to be worked up, and we will almost certainly engage specialist consultant advice to flesh out those proposals. Again, happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Nicholas. It looks like, oh, you're gone.
Relief one, is that all right? Because COVID's quite uncertain, yeah? It's projected that we're going to go through another peak July, and we're just going to get variation after variation, and that's going to hit us in a number of different ways. Do you think it's a bit premature to remove the rent relief? Or is the expectation that we're creating a level of resilience as we go along?
Yes, that's a good question. I think I don't think it's premature to remove it. I think it served its purpose, and it was tailored. You may recall we changed some of the parameters around who could apply and where we targeted that relief specifically as the COVID pandemic evolved. All I can go by is the information we're getting from these specific tenants in that sector, okay. And they're saying there's no need really for that to continue beyond the current phase of it. Okay. Having said that, if circumstances were to change, we would obviously come back to the council with our view on what was required to meet those circumstances.
So we wouldn't hold an amount there in contingency because a portion of COVID is quite uncertain.
Yes. No, I don't think we need to do that. I mean, we've been funding this relief package from our existing budgets, and that's the method that we would adopt going forward as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicholas.
So the final part of our report is just a brief presentation, an economic update presentation, which Tiki Mossop, and I think Greg Carstens is going to join Tiki. It's also available in the diligence system.
Kia ora koutou. I got the lucky graveyard before lunch shift, so I'll make it as fast as I possibly can, I promise. So if we can just go straight to the New Zealand context page, please, Tyler, thank you. So as you are all very aware, inflation is one of our key economic drivers at the moment. Came in at March at 6.9%, and we are not expecting it to go below 6% anytime this year and probably into the next year, which is obviously putting a lot of pressure on households. Fuel prices have also been skyrocketing. They've gone up $1 per litre since March 2021, which on its own is obviously not much, but as a whole, you know, if you've got a 70-litre tank of petrol, she's certainly more costly. And of course, we've got, on the other side of that coin, we've got the Reserve Bank of New Zealand pushing up the official cash rate, driving mortgage rates higher, and so people are being pinched not only by what they have to buy being more expensive, but their mortgage repayments are also significantly more expensive. Next slide, please. The other thing that you will no doubt have heard about is that the housing market is starting to deflate. Treasury is estimating that it's going to go down by about 5% in total, but it'll still be up about 32% across the country on pre-pandemic levels, and inflation is up about 16%, and wages have inflated about 18%. So there's still quite a big discrepancy between where house prices are and what's happening in terms of what people are earning. If you go to the next slide. I know you guys are always interested in migration. We don't yet have data for, obviously, for the most recent spike, but incoming arrivals and departures, international arrivals and departures, are up significantly since MIQ requirements have been removed. However, the estimated net migration for March 2022, the annual migration, was negative 7,000. So we are still expecting it to be negative in the coming year, and hopefully that will start to flip. If we flip forward, yep, so we've got construction costs are escalating, as we know. This is an index that's been put out, and it's showing 7.3% increase, and the CoreLogic team who put it out are expecting double figures this year. Next slide. Supply chain issues, as we all know, we're continuing to feel them in a number of places. It's not going to get any better. China has been locked down. There's huge disruptions in ports. There's labour shortages, and we've got a war in Ukraine, which is holding up and stopping things like wheat and fuel from coming out of both Russia and the Ukraine. So just to our local economy, we're still faring pretty well, which is great. Traffic flow is up, which is debatable whether it's great, but I ride a bike, so I just feel much more smug as I'm riding to work. But it is a good sign. It's a good sign that our people are starting to move again, they're coming back into the city, they're going back to work, and that's sort of fueling spending in our local economy. So it is a good sign in some ways. Employment remains up. We're still increasing numbers. You can go to the next one. Our consenting is still really positive. Houses completed is down slightly, but it's in line with what our building consents were doing about 12 months ago. So we've no concerns there, and we do expect it to start increasing again. The only downside in that space is that it's taking longer to complete a house. So where it was 8 months last year, it's already 9 months, and we're expecting that to keep climbing up in terms of the, with all the supply chain delays. And the global context we've kind of covered already. Other countries are doing what New Zealand's doing in terms of reducing stimulus, increasing cash rates, and we've got all our big our lead lines around Russia and China that's still in play. So the outlook for New Zealand is that there will continue to be disruptions, there will continue to be inflation. It's going to be tough. And while COVID-19 at this stage looks like there will be fewer disruptions, all those other things are really going to put pressure on our economy. And the last slide, which is my promo time, we've just completed the 2021 Hamilton Annual Economic Report. We will be circulating this on Tuesday, and the executive update will be available online, and we will have hard copies available for you as well. So with that over, hopefully within enough time for lunch, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Tiki, for that. Greg, do you concur?
I do. I concur that I've contributed nothing to this so far.
Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, just one quick question, because I know it's lunchtime. You mentioned inflation of 6 or 7% and continuing on into next year. Is there an expectation it could go higher than that? And I'm reflecting on the US, which you had at 8.5%, and I read that the UK's got 9%. So, and I don't know where Australia will be with their new Prime Minister, but you know, the rates are tending to be a lot higher than what we've already experienced, and what we might need to experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Treasury has come out and said around 6%, and so far Treasury has been incredibly optimistic about a lot of things. So would not be surprised to see it creeping up higher than that, in line with some of the other countries.
Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Didn't want to hear that, but...
No, I know, it's not what anyone
Don't
wants
ask
to
any
hear.
more questions.
Yeah.
You'll be right.
Mangai Te Pora.
What does the 2%, negative 2% translate to in real numbers for the down homes completed?
Oh, it's about, so we were up around 1,500, and now we're around 1424.
Oh,
so
okay,
about,
so that,
you know,
that percentage is represented in the numbers?
Yes, yeah. So 1424 is what we had in the year to the end of March, and it was previously, it was a little closer to 15.
Yeah.
That's where we peaked.
Just around the growing scarcity of resources, and then we've got the non-residential builds that are quite up, and then we've got homes. And how does... I want to understand how the non-residential builds are not going to overshadow in terms of resource supply of people's homes that need to be built, and what's our advocacy or view around that?
So the non-residential consenting is up 44% on last year, but last year was quite low. We peaked at around 147,000 square metres pre-COVID. Yeah. So 2020 was pretty low, and we've probably seen resources shifting to residential because residential has been booming in the last 2 years and probably taken the lion's share of the resources. So I think probably the opposite is happening, and we're just rebalancing at the moment.
Yeah. Do you suspect that we might get into a bottleneck at some point where that might flip back around?
I would say we're already in a bottleneck because the resource, you know, we've got supply issues in terms of materials, we've got labour shortages, so it's already really tight. But the demand for residential is still there and is still moving well. How companies sort of resolve where resources go and labour goes is something that we don't really have sight over. Or really know what's going to happen in the future.
But within our sphere of influence, there's a plan to do as best as we can in that.
I think I'll just add a bit of value, Chair, maybe. So there is a certain amount of separation between the, commercial, retail, industrial development sector and the residential sector. So the building companies that build most of the houses are, relatively separate in terms of crossover of investment. So non-residential are often, capitalised investors looking for a return. So I think you do have some separation. I think we've actually seen the residential sector be pretty resilient. Like, despite all those supply issues and stuff, it is taking longer to finish a house. But you could glass half full and say, well, they're still finishing houses in 9 months, and we're seeing activity as strong as we've seen. So I think, like Tiki said, there is a concern about the resources and the ability of the sectors to deliver, but I also think there's some separation between the two as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mangai Te Pora. Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Mindful that lunch is just upon us and don't want to hold us up for too long over that. I note that you made a comment that pre-pandemic 18% was about where the wage growth has been. I wonder how current times are working in terms of what the predicted increases might be, but also how pay equity settlements could impact on that as well.
So pay equity settlements are often at the sort of that lower end of the wage increases, but obviously for the people on the ground make a really big difference. In terms of wage growth with such low unemployment, it's going to keep going up. And people are able to be pickier and choosier and ask for more because we just simply don't have many choices coming in when you're advertising for a job. So the wage growth is going to continue to go up. Whether or not it equalises house price growth is obviously a bigger question, and we don't really know at the moment. It really depends on what the housing market does, but there will be growth in the wage bills of all companies basically going forward.
And in terms of that, other benefits and considerations will be important for employers?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You need to be able to stand up if you've got 3 offers from 3 different companies. An employer will need to have something else other than money to offer people.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think that's all of our questions. Thank you, Greg and Tiki, for that. Just quickly in closing, Blair, any wrap-up comments?
Really just to say, you can see there's quite a broad amount of work going on that's not subject to a specific report, but just actually the widening focus of the team into economic development activities. And I think the other thing for me is, off the back of the information that Tiki and Greg have shared, the value of our data and analytics is going to be critically important for our organisation as we start to make important decisions into the future. So within Greg and Tiki's area, we have a wealth of information and knowledge that we are increasingly putting very sophisticated lenses across to help us as we think about the economy of Hamilton and also our long-term strategic planning and investments we're making. This information will be incredibly valuable. So the information that Tiki referred to that's coming out next week is important, but equally on our website and other information that Mike's about to produce as well, there's a wealth of information that's there available to you and to us to help us as we make those important decisions. So I'll just leave it there.
Fantastic. Any questions for Blair? Yep, Margai.
Yep. This is for overall report, yeah. The Kudos Awards, do we have anybody sitting on the panel for that? Because we're trying to relate it across to the economic development, which I'm putting around the research and innovation side of it.
So we don't have anyone on the evaluation panel of the awards. Our sponsorship effectively sponsors a particular award. That said, we've only just started to really sit down and talk to them about all the many ways that we can grow this relationship, apart from just having us show up at the awards dinner. The intent is to really start to look at as many ways as possible to look at what Kudos does in promoting science, similar to what we're doing with Cultivate Trust, and really, again, showcase the work that she's been doing for quite a while around really making Hamilton a science city.
Yeah, cool, there's that one. And then I wanted to ask about the New Zealand Film Commission. So going back to our discussions earlier around the need to review the funding, in my view anyway, this sort of reinforces that, because the picture that I get from the report is when we want to do economic development, an initiative that is primarily economic development, go dip into the community funds to pull that through, and that just doesn't seem quite balanced out in my view on that. Was there any other comments around that?
Yeah, I think that's quite an interesting one. Again, that film world is really a regional thing, not so much a Hamilton thing. I think I'll defer to community committees. I know that's where it ended up. From an economic development perspective, so the NZ Film Commission is a government agency. There's 50 or so employees, and they're largely tasked with promoting all of New Zealand as a film destination. They also manage the incentive, I don't know what it's called, but the incentive that helps promote international and domestic film. The CE of that requested a meeting with us to presumably talk about ways to work together. That meeting never happened. They canceled it. Our questions for them, I think, are to further understand how can Hamilton as a city, Waikato as a region, be more engaged and active with them in promoting Hamilton and the Waikato as a location for film.
Okay. take the commentary on it, but I think I'd just make the point here that it reinforces why we need to review all the funding things that we have.
Thank you, Mungai, and certainly Mike and I certainly we leaned into that matter a little bit for the obvious comments that you're making there. So, and you would note that Te Waka also has, and Regional Council have also had some involvement in that particular sponsorship matter. So I think there's a role for Hamilton, but there's a wider regional perspective here, and it's trying to find where does Hamilton best achieve the best economic outcomes for our city and our sub-region.
Absolutely. And then the last question might be for the Chair. I'm not too sure where it might fit, but as a suggestion, considering economic development, the inland port is one of two of the biggest projects in the country at the moment. What role does this committee play in that, or should there be some sort of reporting? And I know that's a funny thing to say, hey, TGH, haul yourself in here, but what's the sharing, or is it regular reports or things like that that this committee can
thanks, Mangai. It's one of our 4 key pillars. Do you want to touch on that, Mike?
Yeah, so logistics is a key area of focus for all the reasons you mentioned. I think engagement-wise, we have been engaged with TGH around when they're prospecting for potential tenants. We've been quite supportive and offered, letters of support and material around selling the wider Hamilton and region. They do a very good job of it as well. So I think I'm very, very eager in working through Lehigh Duncan, who sits in growth programs, Karen Saunders' program. His whole responsibility is the Ruakura growth area is really trying to create more connections in with them and understand how we as council can help tell the story and help bring more growth to that area. And then I think just an aside of something that is just in its infancy that I'm working on with the community group, and I believe it came up in community committee around how to connect the growth that's happening there with the work that community group is doing in the nearby neighborhoods and trying to connect employers with the community. So it's not explicitly economic development, but there is that tie-in.
I think what I'm getting at is there's an element, as governors of the city and in this committee being focused on economic development, there's a portion out of the inland port that we can provide strategic advice into as governors. I think there's an element there. Absolutely respect, though, that there's an operational piece of work going on at the same time. But as governors, there's an offering or a partnership that I think we can pull through. So as a suggestion.
Yeah,
thank you.
Take your point. And also just, we've got an MOU with TGH, I'll get Blair to speak on briefly, that sort of speaks to their residential, but it abuts the industrial growth and speaks to our relationship there.
So look, Mungai, I think I'll take away and have a talk with Mike around just how we potentially have some more discussion here on those core 4 sectors that focus our interest across the city, which includes freight logistics. I'm also mindful that the conversations with Ruakura, Tainui Group Holdings, come up in various committees, Strategic Growth Committee, through Future Proof, through our other partnerships. So I'll just take that away and see how we can best find the right forum for us to have conversation on that. But certainly I can assure you that we are working closely at all levels with Whakatane and Tainui Group Holdings to support Ruakura being as successful as possible. And that includes everything from investment, co-investment, working with the government, advocacy for funding, working with the planning processes, and also to help with the storytelling and attract new tenants. So it is certainly a key focus.
Nice. Thanks, Blair.
Thanks, Mangai. Okay. Thank you, Ewan. Manga Te Porto is happy to second. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, very, very briefly, if I may. First of all, thank you for all the work that's gone in, staff. I just want to take a moment to thank and acknowledge the calibre of the staff we have working in this area. I don't know if you all know, but Mike brings a level of expertise that is really hard to find. You know, not only did he complete his MBA at Waikato, but he's a graduate of a couple of very well-regarded universities in the US. He has worked in this area of economic development, both in the US and here, and we're really lucky to have him. And so I think we just have to acknowledge that. And there's a lot of work going on. He's the duck, right? It looks like it's just sailing across, but there's a lot of work underneath. So I just want to, I know it's hard to visualise him as a duck, but he's a very good duck. And, you know, again, I think we take a moment to think of the way that Tiki and Greg does in terms of that intellectual, economic insight that we get privy to, that we can make decisions on, and we make it available generally. And, you know, I think that's something to be really pleased about, and it helps us make really good decisions. So, Blair, as head of this, well done. What you've done really well is equipped yourself with really talented staff, and that's acknowledged.
Thanks, Ewan. Mangai Te Pora is seconder. Did you want to say anything?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
I'll just follow Ewan's line. I was actually going to say, Tiki, hearing you, I thought, who needs Brad Olsen? We've got Tiki. I reckon you could do your own little, we should have HCC broadcast little podcasty visuals. And you're not too bad either, Greg, so.
Capable assistant.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote. In favour, carried unanimously. We'll just go vote to go to PX on their return from lunch.
I just wanted to put on record, I should have declared an interest at the outset of the meeting for item C2 and PX, and I just want to try and get that recorded somewhere if I may.
No worries. Will you be participating in the vote, or?
No.
Okay. All right, thanks everyone. We'll have, 2:15 back for... Oh, sorry, officially voted PX, or PE as Rob said. I thought we were going to do like jumping jacks or something. Yeah, carried unanimously. PT.